Chapter 865. Under the escort of the star pupil God Race fleet, they left the border and met up with the dynasty's main force. The main force turned around and left under the hostile gaze of the star pupil God Race, turning into streams of light and disappearing into the galaxy. The border outpost was far away, and the dynasty emissary turned around to look at the two people beside him, smiling. "Thank you." Cisco was very cooperative, and the operation went smoothly. Heber waved his hands expressionlessly, indicating that this was a small matter, by demonstrating to the other beyond grade as he could also increase his prestige. Furthermore, the star pupil God Race had agreed to pay compensation, so it would definitely be recorded in history. As a peer, he would also leave a new mark in history, which was quite a good reward for him. This time, Cisco has failed. You should be quiet for a long time. Han Xiao smiled. The hidden danger of the evolution cube had finally been removed, and he was in a rather good mood. Yes, Cisco has to deal with the aftermath, deal with the star cluster civilizations competing with them, and develop in a low-key manner. He probably won't do anything for the next 20 to 30 years, the dynasty emissary added. He then looked at his wristband and said, "I'm going back to report to Envoy Zoel. Your Excellencies, let's part ways here." Han Xiao and Heber nodded. After recording the number of this emissary, the two of them returned to the spaceships of their respective organizations and watched the dynasty's main force leave. "I'm leaving too." Heber sent a message to Han Xiao and left with the Bloodshed Lands troops. He was going to continue being a supervisor in the flickering world. The grudge between the two of them had never been resolved, and it would probably be difficult for them to reconcile in the future. Their private relationship was still not good, but after going through this incident together, their relationship as allies had deepened. Han Xiao put away his communicator and ordered Philip, "Speed up the fleet. Let's return to the Black Star Corps headquarters first." "Okay, hum." The exhaust flames of the Black Star Corps battleship shone brightly as energy flowed into the engine, increasing its warp speed. It was time to settle the evolutionary share of the civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring this year, and the dynasty would also be sending a new batch of elites to be modified. Han Xiao planned to return to the headquarters to settle these matters before heading to the flickering world to continue exploring. The impact of this incident was very wide. He had made a shocking achievement as a beyond grade A in the universe, which increased his deterrence. If nothing went wrong, there would not be any trouble coming to him for a very long time, which should last until the end of version 3.0. The only hidden danger in his mind was the problem of ES God. The coordinates of the World Tree Civilizations area were like a ticking time bomb. The advanced civilizations that had the coordinates at least knew how to test and protect themselves, but ES God's side could not predict the consequences. No one knew what this guy would do. It was a pity that ES God had taken advantage of the situation this time and was modified by the evolution energy. Han Xiao knew that if he did not find some helpers, he would not be able to do anything to ES God. However, to the Red Empire, the Arcane Church was the competitor that they needed to pay attention to. Han Xiao thought that after the Dynasty and Ethereal came to an agreement, they would send people to deal with ES God. ES God was not to be trifled with. If they sent too few people, they might not be able to defeat him. If they sent too many people, ES God would not stay behind a fight. The Dynasty had dealt with ES God countless times, but had never been able to kill him. This time, they probably only wanted to get rid of ES God's henchmen. Han Xiao thought that he could only act according to the situation. Furthermore, the Dynasty's intelligence showed that ES God had left this star field through the wormholes in the Shattered Star Ring. There were no sightings yet, so he had probably teleported to the desolate universe belt. Thus, it was useless to deal with ES God now. He could only wait. As for now, Han Xiao decided to first get through the experience penalty period and increase his level. Only with a stronger foundation would the success rate of his operation be higher. The penalty period is less than half a year away. Soon, Han Xiao was looking forward to it. A few days later, Cisco finally made a public appearance in the race. The moment he appeared, he held a government press conference and personally attended to explain his actions during this period. Due to the recent public opinion, the citizens of the star pupil god race had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Almost every household was waiting in front of their screens, paying attention to the news. Under the gazes of billions of people, time seemed to pass very slowly. Finally, it was time for the live broadcast of the press conference. Everyone's screens flashed, and there was finally a live broadcast. Everyone's attention was highly focused, and their heartstrings tightened. Cisco's figure appeared on the screen. With a heavy and serious expression, he slowly opened his mouth. Dear citizens of the star pupil god race, colleagues in the government, hello, I'm Cisco. Regarding the recent storm, I'm here to give an official explanation and statement. In the past few months, information about me has been circulating in the universe, and I've received everyone's attention. First of all, I would like to express my deepest apologies to everyone. Due to some of my mistakes in decision-making, I've landed myself in a dangerous situation and implicated the race. I'm deeply ashamed of this. This is a stain on my record. A mistake is a mistake, and I won't defend myself. A few days ago, the Red Empire visited and held me accountable. I didn't run away like the false rumors on the internet said, but immediately rushed back and discussed with the emissary of the Red Empire. After a face-to-face discussion, both sides reached a preliminary agreement. Here, on behalf of myself and the star pupil god race civilization, I apologize to the Red Empire for this incident and will fulfill the compensation agreement. The details are as follows. Cisco read the terms of the compensation agreement and said with a deep voice, I'm also very grateful to the other side. On the other hand, I would also like to express my sincere apologies to the victim, Black Star. For this, I am willing to compensate. There's a fact that cannot be ignored. The evolution cube is the legacy of a certain civilization and not the exclusive property of the star pupil god race. Due to some unexpected factors, we lost the evolution cube. The one who should be blamed should be ES God, not Black Star. We've already enjoyed the benefits of the evolution cube. Here, I'll give up the ownership of the evolution cube and give it to Black Star as compensation. My dear citizens, in the past many years, the star pupil god race has achieved brilliant results in terms of economy, culture, and so on. Now, we fall into a low point. In our culture, after every disaster, new opportunities and resources will be brought. I hope that everyone can uphold this spirit and sincerely cooperate, maintain passion, and overcome the difficulties together. I hope that everyone can understand our decision. I hope that everyone will not forget today's humiliation. Finally, I wish everyone a happy life. As soon as he said that, the screen turned black. Cisco's speech ended, but it caused a strong aftershock in the star pupil god race society. Countless people were shocked, furious, and in an uproar. A civilization had publicly admitted defeat and lost all face. Now, they even had to pay compensation. Everyone felt humiliated. To the entire star pupil god race, this was an unexpected disaster. It was all because of Cisco's mistake. Furthermore, Cisco had actually publicly given up their race treasure and given to Black Star, the villain who had taken it away from them. In everyone's eyes, this was simply an excuse for not being able to take back the evolution cube. It was like, you took away my thing, and I don't have the ability to take it back, so I don't want it anymore. How shameful. This speech caused a huge uproar. For a time, all the star pupil god race society were condemning Cisco. The prestige that he had accumulated over the years quickly declined. There were even some extreme and blind people who directly called him the shame of the race. The reaction was extremely intense. In the inner hall of the Cabinet of Secrets, a group of confidants stood in front of Cisco with difficult expressions. Your Excellency Cisco, the public opinion on the internet is not favorable to you. Do you really not need to control it? Psyker shook his head. There's no need for that. This is a humiliation, and the people need a channel to vent their anger. Let them vent and channel the anger in their hearts. When they're done venting, they'll remember my past achievements. When that time comes, all I need to do is to guide the public opinion in secret. This will be very detrimental to your prestige. Someone said worriedly, when something reaches an extreme, it will definitely cause a backlash. Cisco's side, whether it's admiration or hatred, when it reaches an extreme, it will start to slide to the other side. When the public opinion reaches the peak, more and more people will speak up for me. This is more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people than simple control. Is this really okay? There's nothing wrong with it. Cisco took a deep breath. Past achievements can't be used as an excuse. Radiance of a person will cast a larger shadow, and the stain will also be magnified. I don't want everyone to sing praises for me. Only by having hate groups as the opposition of the people will I be able to maintain my reputation for a long time. Humiliation can also bring motivation to the people. I'm just afraid that you'll be disappointed in us. A confidant said softly. Cisco was the leader of the Star Pupil Protoss, but after becoming a Beyond Grade A, Cisco himself was no longer a Star Pupil Protoss. This was a potential trust gap, and it was also a shadow in the hearts of some people. Don't worry, I won't forget my mother's race. Cisco shook his head. As a Beyond Grade, his beliefs would not be shaken so easily. The world is very complicated, I know. Therefore, I will never mistake a one-sided corner for the whole world. The words of a part of the people cannot represent the entire group. In the end, these people who are venting their anger will realize that no matter how they criticize me, I'm still their leader. They have no choice. As for the current public opinion storm, Psyker smiled. Although he was open-minded, there was still a hint of fatigue in his smile. The flames will eventually extinguish, and the storm will eventually stop. Do what we have to do, and wait for it to calm down naturally. The Star Pupil Protoss has given in. On the mother planet of the Arcane Church, after Cisco's speech was played on the virtual screen in the conference room, the bishops fell into a short silence. After a long time, a bishop spoke with a low voice. This way, the dynasty's attitude will be better. Since Psyker had cut off his connection with the Evolution Cube and lost the ability to locate it, the Arcane Church had basically given up on the Evolution Cube and cut off their last strand of hope. How's the ransom going? The dynasty has only agreed to ransom Mercer and Dylan, and the price is very high. Let's redeem 2 first. This will satisfy our allies and keep their hearts. As for Sagman and Taylor, the dynasty won't let us redeem all of them so quickly. Those allies will understand. Where's Ninja? He has already escaped the Shattered Star Ring through the Spy's secret star cluster and will be back soon. Luckily, the 10,000 deity scepter is with him. Speaking of this, the bishops secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Of the 6 Beyond Grade as they had sent out, 4 captured, 1 had nowhere to run, and only 1 managed to escape back to the central galaxy. Coincidentally, it was this person who managed to escape with the 10,000 deity scepter. In the eyes of these upper echelons, the 10,000 deity scepter was more important than the Beyond Grade as themselves. In the long years, there would always be new Beyond Grade and there might only be one universal treasure. The most important 10,000 deity scepter was not lost. It was truly fortunate. At the same time, outside the Shattered Star Ring, somewhere in the desolate universe belt, due to the Red Empire's thorough search of the Shattered Star Ring, the Arcane Church's spies could only build their Stargate station in the desolate universe belt. A spaceship was rushing toward the Stargate station marked on the star map. The person on the spaceship was Ninja, the only one who managed to escape. Very soon, the Stargate station appeared in his vision, and Ninja finally heaved a sigh of relief. After passing through this military Stargate, he would be able to cross a few star fields and return to the central galaxy. After escaping for so long, he could no longer endure such a life. At this moment, the spaceship shook violently. The engine died, and it came to an abrupt stop. What's going on? Ninja was shocked and hurriedly operated the spaceship. However, all his orders were useless, and the spaceship did not respond at all. At this time, the spaceship suddenly shook. Rumble. A massive external force pressed down from all directions, instantly turning the spaceship into a pile of scrap metal, like a crumpled ball of paper. Bang! A spherical white shield pierced through the armor and shot out from the wreckage of the spaceship. Ninja was covered in a magic shield, and he held onto the 10,000 deity scepter that was wrapped in the space-time amber. He looked around cautiously, and his instincts were warning him to think that he would be attacked here. Could it be that the dynasty discovered the Stargate station and set up an ambush? At this time, a voice sounded in his mind. "It's not easy to find you, divine spell ninja. Hand over the 10,000 deity scepter, and I can let you go." Along with the voice, the surrounding space lit up with countless hyperdrive flashes. Figures appeared one after another, and their numbers increased rapidly, filling up the entire area. Countless pairs of emotionless electronic eyes stared at Ninja with a scarlet glow. Right in front of him was a tall figure covered in lightning. His face was lifelike, and the patterns on his body showed that this was a mechanical shell. The moment he saw this person, Ninja's expression changed drastically. Mecha Empire. Chapter 866. Fresh blood flowed and formed a few red snakes on the metal floor, forming a puddle of blood. Ninja was lying on the ground with wounds all over his body. Beneath him was a huge mechanical suction cup that was glowing with a faint blue light. The suction force from the suction force was holding him down. His limbs and torso were shackled by heavy black alloy rings. These were some kind of special mechanical shackles that had an extremely strong energy interference field. They even used subspace conversion technology to transfer the energy released by the target, which had a certain anti-magic effect on mages. At the same time, for pipes extended from the metal floor on both sides of Ninja and pierced into his spine. Nanites were injected into them, disrupting his energy flow and messing up his nerves, affecting his control of his body. Ninja could only barely raise his head. His blurry vision was parallel to the ground, and all he could see were mechanical limbs. Mechanical soldiers were surrounding him. Both parties were currently on the surface of a metal fortress. This was a mechanical war fortress brought by the Mecha Empire, and there were traces of battle and broken mechanical parts all over the place. The surrounding space was forcefully stabilized by the Mecha Empire's stabilizing device, and he had even set up a magic interference device to disable Ninja's teleportation. Ninja had nowhere to run and could only fight. However, other than the Mecha Empire's Lord's Descent avatar, there were also 4 apostle weapons in this long-range mechanical army. Ninja was not a match for this long-range mechanical army, and he was heavily injured in a one-on-one cough, a group fight. The 10,000 deity scepter had already fallen into the hands of the Mecha Empire. I was waiting for you to use the 10,000 deity scepter, but you never did. So this is the reason. The Mecha Empire's avatar held the amber that sealed the 10,000 deity scepter and carefully touched it. Feeling the special energy insulation properties of the space-time amber, he clicked his tongue in wonder. You dare to snatch the 10,000 deity scepter? Manison, aren't you afraid of the Arcane Church's wrath? Ninja gritted his teeth. Don't misunderstand. I'm not interested in the 10,000 deity scepter. I'm just doing the Radiant Federation a small favor. The Mecha Empire glanced at Ninja and waved to the side. A bright silver mechanical life, apostle weapon walked over. Its body was as smooth as a mirror, without any mechanical structure. The apostle weapon squatted down and stabbed its fingers into Ninja's back. Then, its entire body turned into liquid and flowed into Ninja's body through the wound. The next moment, the Mecha Empire released the restraints on Ninja's body. However, the apostle weapon in Ninja's body also suppressed his ability to control his body. He could only glare at the Mecha Empire. What do you want to do to me? The Radiant Federation asked me to kill you and destroy the evidence, but your body is still useful to me. The Mecha Empire tossed out a compressed orb and turned it into a restraining pod, trapping Nika inside. After confirming that Ninja could not escape, the Mecha Empire turned around and continued to observe the amber that sealed the 10,000 deity scepter. Oh, this is a very special new material. Since Black Star knows how to create it, I'll have to find an opportunity to come into contact with it in the future. Lost contact? Explain to me. What do you mean by lost contact? The upper echelons of the arcane church received the news very quickly. Ninja, who was supposed to return to the central galaxy through the Stargate, had actually lost contact not long ago. This shocked the bishops. They thought that Ninja was already out of danger and would be able to successfully bring the 10,000 deity scepter back. They did not expect an accident to happen just as the dust was about to settle. Now that they could not contact Ninja, the worst outcome would be that he was attacked and killed. However, even if he was attacked, Ninja should have been able to send back news. The Stargate monitoring station of the Arcane Church did not report any abnormalities either. There was only one explanation for this situation. There was a virtual mechanic among the attackers who had tampered with the data and blocked the communication. The bishops immediately thought of the most suspicious person, Black Star. However, Han Xiao had just visited the Star Pupil Protoss not long ago and was currently on his way back to the headquarters. He had an alibi, but they could not rule out the possibility that Han Xiao had used a long-range force to complete the attack. If Black Star is the culprit, could it be that the Red Empire is behind this? The dynasty has already captured 4 of us and forced Cisco to publicly apologize. Are they still not satisfied? Someone asked. The possibility is not high. Both sides are currently negotiating for the ransom and have already reached a preliminary agreement. The dynasty is very clear that continuing to chase after us will not necessarily bring them any benefits. If they snatch the 10,000 deity scepter, they will force us to flip the table, which is probably not worth it for them. Then, could it be that Black Star is plotting for the 10,000 deity scepter and acted on his own accord? Thinking about it, this will do more harm than good to Black Star. He obtained a huge reward this time, so there is no need for him to take the risk to snatch the 10,000 deity scepter. Even if he snatches it, he won't dare use it, and it will only bring him trouble. The only way is to hand it over to the dynasty. However, the personality Black Star has shown so far shows that he is not someone who likes to take risks. Furthermore, his cooperation with the dynasty is still in the honeymoon stage, so he will not do such a risky thing behind the dynasty's back. The bishops frowned. All the signs indicated that this was not an operation between the dynasty and Black Star. Could it be that the organizations in the dark were trying to take advantage of the situation? To be able to intercept Ninja, 2 prerequisites had to be met. First, they had to have a strong intelligence network in the Shattered Star Ring to be able to lock onto Ninja's whereabouts. Second, they had to have a beyond grade A combatant and a beyond grade of virtual mechanic to be able to defeat Ninja silently. After thinking about it, another target that met these 2 prerequisites appeared in their minds. The bishops were shocked. Could it be the Radiant Federation? The Shattered Star Ring was the territory of the Radiant Federation. Although the Radiant Federation did not seem to care much about this star field, their intelligence network was definitely not to be underestimated. They had been operating in this star field for many years, and although they did not reveal themselves, their intelligence network was very likely to exceed that of the Red Empire, which had only been in the game for a few years. The Red Empire did not discover Ninja's whereabouts, but the Radiant Federation did. This made sense. The bishops' faces were pale. The more they thought about it, the more suspicious they felt the Radiant Federation was. Back then, when they lent the multidimensional sky opening transportation device, those bastards had the intention of taking advantage of the situation. This time, the Arcane Church had lost many beyond grade A combatants, and their relationship with the Red Empire was strained. To the Radiant Federation, this was the best opportunity to take action. Only then did the bishops realize that the troops they had sent this time had been completely wiped out. A mouthful of blood was stuck in their throats, and they almost spat it out. Radiant Federation, UF***. This time, a virtual screen appeared on the conference table, showing the Pope's order. Stabilize the Red Empire first, redeem our beyond grade A allies, then negotiate with the Radiant Federation. The bishops looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with helplessness and depression. Yesterday, they thought that the 10,000 deity scepter was going to be returned, but today they received bad news. This feeling of falling from heaven to hell made them feel terrible. All their efforts were for naught. Without evidence, the Radiant Federation would not admit it. The other party was also an organization of the same level, so they would not be threatened and would not be afraid of fighting head-on. This was the only thing they could do now. After stabilizing the Empire, they would fight with the Radiant Federation. On a mother planet of the Radiant Federation, President Bader put down the communicator, nodded, and smiled at the elders present. Manison has succeeded. The 10,000 deity scepter is now ours. Hearing this, everyone in the room revealed a triumphant smile. The chief elder tapped his walking stick and praised, as expected of one of the strongest ancient ones. The Mecha Empire is still as reliable as ever. Bader nodded with a smile. The Mecha Empire had always been an important ally of his. Not only was the strength of the Mecha Empire terrifying, but it was also because the long-range troops of the Mecha Empire could appear and disappear unpredictably, allowing them to complete many secret operations. The Arcane Church might suspect the Empire, or they might guess that we did it, but they have no evidence. Plus, they will not announce the news of the 10,000 deity scepter being stolen to the outside world. According to the intelligence, the way to use the 10,000 deity scepter is very simple. It's just that we don't have the corresponding technology to repair it. However, it can also be used as a trump card with limited uses. It's fatal to beyond grade as cough cough. As long as we don't use it in front of Blackstar, it'll be fine. Although we might have angered the Arcane Church, we've profited greatly by obtaining the 10,000 deity scepter this time. Not only did we take away the trump card of the Arcane Church against beyond grade, as this is also a bargaining chip against the interests of the Arcane Church. Many of the elders had smiles on their faces as they discussed with each other. The Mecha Empire said that the 10,000 deity scepter was sealed by a special material. When he returns, I'll get the Research Institute to crack it. Bader's tone had a calm smile. He did not take the so-called seal to heart. Chapter 867. Han Xiao knew nothing about the little secret between the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church. After leaving the star system of the star pupil Protoss, Han Xiao's fleet did not stop and return to the Black Star Corps headquarters. During the previous Tyrant's party, Han Xiao had signed a cooperation agreement with a large number of local civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring. He had publicly sold the slots to use the Evolution Cube in exchange for cooperation and channels. This was the first year of cooperation. Because Han Xiao would be staying in the Shattered Star Ring for this period of time, he was prepared to settle the purchase of the slots by the various civilizations. In the past year, the various civilizations had already gone through a series of internal selections and confirmed the list of elites who would accept the evolution. They had been waiting for this day. After receiving the notice, these teams that had been on standby for a long time all moved out. The elites of many civilizations gathered at the Black Star Corps headquarters. Using the Evolution Cube as a bridge, establishing relationships with many star cluster and star system civilizations in the Shattered Star Ring was a crucial step in the expansion of the Black Star Corps. In Han Zhao's blueprint, maintaining this cooperation network for a long time would allow the Black Star Corps to be the intermediary for the interests of the entire star field. At that time, the power and influence of the Black Star Corps would truly cover the entire star field. Thus, for the first year of cooperation, Han Xiao was still very concerned. Furthermore, there was an additional benefit. The people selected by these civilizations were all elites, and there would definitely be some famous characters or protagonists among them. Letting these people take the initiative to gather here would be much more efficient than searching for them himself. This can be considered as another way of saying that all the heroes in the world are in my hands. Han Xiao thought to himself. Spaceships of various styles landed at the Black Star Corps headquarters. The hatch opened, and the elites of various races walked out. Under the guidance of the reception robots, they headed to the accommodation area. The dock was noisy. These elites were all outstanding people in different positions in their respective civilizations. The most important ones were the calamity grades of their civilizations, the elite officers, the supers with potential, and the researchers. When they disembarked, they sized each other up with curiosity and caution in their eyes. This is the legendary Black Star Core. Pamela's 3 large, watery eyes were wide open as she curiously observed her surroundings. She came from a cosmic system state plant-based civilization. Her race was called the Flower Spirit race. Her body had the characteristics of a half-plant. Her skin was covered with a layer of green, leaf-like epidermis, and she emitted a strange fragrance. In the culture of the flower spirits, everyone had a different fragrance, just like how a human's fingerprints differed. Body fragrance, appearance, and figure were all part of the aesthetic standards of the flower spirits. According to the aesthetic standards of the flower spirit race, Pamela was a rare beauty. At the same time, she was also a research elite who had undergone the evolution this time. Just as Pamela and the others were observing the docks, a small floating robot flew in front of them and spoke in Philip's voice. "Welcome to the Black Star Core, hum. The Core Commander is still on the way, so I will arrange your accommodations. I will be by your side during this period of time. If you have any needs, just look for me, hum." Understood. The leader of the flower sprites was a calamity grade, and he nodded calmly. "Come with me." The reception robot flew a circle around the crowd and then led the way. The group followed behind, looking left and right while whispering to each other. People from many civilizations are here. I even saw a star cluster civilization just now. They're all familiar people from other civilizations. I don't know them. I've only seen them on TV occasionally. They're all very powerful people. Those who came are all elites of various races. What a grand occasion. Should we go and visit the others later? This is a rare opportunity to make friends. The reception robot heard the discussion behind and turned around. During this period of time, we will take you on a tour of the headquarters and host a banquet. We will provide a platform for you to interact with each other, so you don't have to worry about not having a chance. It's a bit like the Tyrant's Party, but the people participating have changed from 1 or 2 representatives to a large number of elites. The Calamity Grade, leading the group, seemed to have understood something. Pamela hesitated for a moment before asking, Then, will we have a chance to interact with His Excellency Black Star? There will be. After the evolution, the Army Commander will host a new banquet to celebrate. At that time, if you're willing to stay and participate, you will be able to interact with the Army Commander, the reception robot said with a smile. Then, that's great. Pamela's face turned green. This was a sign of blushing in the flower spirit race. Her companion beside her teased, Yo, you're shy because you're about to meet your idol? Pamela did not say anything. Her face was so green that it almost turned blue. Every Beyond Grade, had admirers in the universe. Even a notorious thug like E.S. God was worshipped by countless criminals. Black Star's deeds were spread throughout the universe. As a native of a planet, he had built the current Black Star Core from scratch and single-handedly changed the fate of his mother planet. He had also done many shocking things, and the speed of his rise was shocking. Such a legendary experience had garnered him a large number of admirers in the Shattered Star Ring. Pamela was one of Han Zhao's admirers and was convinced by Han Zhao's deeds. I wonder what kind of spouse His Excellency Black Star likes. Pamela was a little lost in thought. Hey, are you serious? Do you know about reproductive isolation? Her companion was shocked. I'm a biological genetic engineer. Do I need you to remind me? Pamela was helpless. The Calamity Grade leading the team frowned, turned around, and shouted, Don't forget what we're here for. Don't anger His Excellency Black Star. Can't I even look forward to it? Pamela said with annoyance. What she did not know was that the reception robot had already recorded her words and uploaded them to Sylvia's file. Sylvia, who was handling official business in her office, received the message and snorted. The 237th one. As she spoke, she made a mark on Pamela's information and threw it into a file called Banquet Seating Arrangements, Corner List. Before the date set by Han Zhao, all the elites of the various civilizations had arrived. Other than Clint, the other star cluster civilizations of the Shattered Star Ring were all present. Not only the local organizations of the Shattered Star Ring, but the Red Empire had also sent a new batch of elites. While waiting, these organizations did not stay idle. Using this rare opportunity to meet, the elites of the various civilizations visited and befriended each other. These elites could all see that Han Xiao was making the best use of everything. In the name of cooperation with the Evolution Cube, he was creating a banquet for the high-level organizations of the Shattered Star Ring to make friends. In other words, he was indirectly stealing the tyrant's business and giving this banquet extra value. He intended to create his own tyrant's party and expand his own influence. Although they understood this, the elites of these civilizations did not have any objections. They were also happy to interact with the elites of the other races. As for the competition between Black Star and the tyrant, they did not dare to express their opinions. Neither side was easy to provoke, so they might as well blend in and observe the situation. They would just obediently enjoy the show. A few days later, Han Xiao finally returned to the headquarters. After resting for a few hours, he informed everyone to gather for the official evolution ceremony. As groups of people gathered, the bright hall of the headquarters quickly became crowded. When Reynolds received the news, he brought the mechanics of the logistics department to widen the hall on the spot. Only then would it not be overcrowded. The space fluctuated slightly, and Han Xiao walked out of the void dimension and hovered above everyone's heads. The evolution cube spun slowly beside him. Everyone looked up at Han Xiao, who was in midair. There was a slight commotion in the crowd, and whispers could be heard. Black Star is here. This is the first time I've seen a Beyond Grade A up close. The energy in his body is so terrifying. Just sensing it makes me sweat. That's the evolution cube. Not long ago, Cisco announced that he would give up the rights to this universal treasure. Such a small thing is the source of the recent storm. Several Beyond Grade, as of the Arcane Church, were affected because of it. How terrifying. Black Star does indeed have the ability to protect this universal treasure. A year ago, I thought that his evolution cube would be taken away very quickly. I guessed wrong. The elites of the various races had respect in their eyes. No matter how arrogant they were normally, they kept their usual expressions. In front of Han Xiao, they did not have the confidence to be arrogant. Before Han Xiao's rise, other than Purple Crystal, all the star cluster civilizations present had thoughts of suppressing Han Xiao. When it came to the tyrants' gathering, they had no choice but to lower their heads and seek cooperation. However, because Han Xiao was still a new Beyond Grade A with an unstable foundation, their thoughts of suppressing him had not completely disappeared. However, the recent events had proven Black Star's strength. This battle record had solidified Han Xiao's position in the universe, and also dispelled the last trace of hostility these star cluster civilizations had. They had completely given up on suppressing Han Xiao. Now that Black Star had completely risen, their little tricks were useless. Looking at the respectful and worshipful expressions of the people below, Han Xiao nodded in his mind. The influence brought about by the recent storm had pushed forward the plan of forming an alliance of interests in the Panstar field. This made the cooperation of these organizations extremely enthusiastic, saving many years of accumulation for this plan. Therefore, although this was the first year of cooperation, a strong foundation had already been laid. On the way back, Han Xiao had already taken a look at the list of all the elites. As expected, there were quite a few famous people from the various civilizations in his previous life. However, now was not the time to interact with them. After completing the evolution, Han Xiao planned to properly get close to these old acquaintances at the specially organized celebration banquet. These people most likely had side quests on them that he might not need, but would be very useful to the players. Simply put, they were a group of walking fertilizers. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Han Xiao looked around and smiled playfully. Before we begin, there's one more thing to do. Heber, stop hiding. I know you're here too. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. They looked around, but did not see Heber. The tyrant is here too. The crowd was in an uproar, but no one walked out. Seeing this, Han Xiao raised his brows and continued. Stop lying to yourself. I already see you. Do you want to come out yourself? Or do you want me to drag you out? That's very embarrassing. Everyone was shocked, and the uproar grew bigger and bigger. However, they still did not see anyone. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked around. Suddenly, his tone relaxed, and he laughed. Hee, looks like Hebert didn't sneak in. Then we can begin. Hearing this, everyone's expression froze. He was actually joking. Countless people's mouths twitched. Is it really good to tease the tyrant like this? He's even guarding against him sneaking in. He's a beyond grade A after all. How could he do such a tasteless thing, right? Maybe Black Star and the tyrant have a good relationship, so he's teasing him. Everyone could only comfort themselves like this and pretend that they did not hear anything. Han Xiao activated the evolution cube. With a thought, the black evolution energy gushed out and quickly covered the entire place. The elites present held their breaths and turned into black cocoons. Done. Han Xiao clapped his hands and instructed Philip, monitor their evolution. Remember to invite them to stay and participate in the banquet. Got it, Han Xiao did not want to wait. He casually put away the evolution cube, left the hall full of black cocoons, and headed to his own room. He was going to change his attire and wait for the banquet. On the way, Han Xiao browsed the forums. The arcane church incident had come to an end, and the long-term benefits he had obtained from this incident would slowly manifest over time. For example, Uranril's appreciation and the dynasty's attention. The dust had settled, and the remaining matters were between the Red Empire and the arcane church. There was no need for him to be concerned. In the short term, there would not be any trouble coming to him. So Han Xiao had the time to think about the situation of the players. From the perspective of the players, it had been 1.5 years since the start of version 3.0. They had passed the early stage and entered the middle stage. In the past 1.5 years, the players had experienced major events such as the Secret War, the Crimson Tide, the rise of Black Star, the exploration of the Flickering World, and the Battle of Planet Lighthouse. There are also countless side quests. After experiencing such a rich storyline, players who had reached the max level of 120 had already appeared. Gradually, more and more players would reach the max level of version 3.0. In the middle of every version, news of the new Pro League would be released. There was still a long time before the start of this Pro League, so the players still had plenty of time to level up, learn skills, and change equipment. However, on the forums, the Pro League officials had already started their preparations and announced it widely, attracting a new round of attention from the players. In Han Zhao's memory, the Pro League in version 3.0 was especially exciting. The players in this version all had grade B strength, and the mechanic class had also slowly risen since version 3.0. A large number of new pro players had appeared in this version, including Maple Moon. Many new pro players had shown their talents and displayed their talents, completing a change in the Pro League. The ratio of mechanics in the Shattered Star Ring was the highest among all the star fields. Furthermore, the Black Star Army sold a large number of machines and blueprints. Coupled with the version advantage, Han Xiao believed that the mechanics of the Shattered Star Ring would shine brightly in this Pro League. To him, the benefit was that it would attract more new mechanics and more old players to create Smurfs of the mechanic class. Then, as a mechanic instructor, he would be able to earn more money. What a pity. 3 versions have passed in the blink of an eye. The good days are almost over. Han Xiao shook his head and sighed. In his previous life, among the various versions that the players had experienced, version 3.0 was a publicly recognized watershed. It meant that the players had passed the early stages and officially entered the middle stage of the universe. After that, the influence of the players began to truly become prominent, and their influence continued to expand. Cancer of the Universe and the Fourth Calamity were the infamous names that the players had made in the middle stages of version 3.0. This was also the source of Han Zhao's psychological trauma. As for now, the players were in a period of transformation. After this version, the players' strength would exceed the critical point, and they would be able to do more and more things. They would be more and more inclined to the chaotic side of things. This was an unavoidable historical process. Version 3.0 was the last stage that the players could easily control. Therefore, Han Xiao placed his bet on the Flickering World. The faction war in the next version might be able to inject new vitality into the Black Star Corps and bring about further opportunities. Just as Han Shao was holding the evolution feast, Heber, who was far away in another star cluster, also received the news. As a competitor, he had been paying attention to every move of the Black Star Corps. Heber also discovered Han Zhao's sinister intentions. Black Star is using the opportunity of the evolution cube to build a communication platform for the advanced organizations. He wants to snatch the influence of my tyrant's party so that he can have more say in the Shattered Star Ring. After reading the report, Heber was furious. The tyrant's party was the product of his many years of operation, and Han Shao had come out to compete with him. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. When he learned that Han Shao had ridiculed him in front of the elites of various civilizations, Heber finally exploded. Damn it, why? Are we that close? How dare you ridicule me in public and tarnish my heroic image? You're full of malice. You're going too far. Sooner or later, I'll beat you until you can't take care of yourself. Chapter 868. Everyone's evolution time was different. The black cocoons in the hall cracked one after another, and everyone recovered from their daze, feeling the changes in their bodies. The improvement brought by the evolution cube was a one-time thing. These people without an interface were not like the players who were not used to the obvious increase in level. The way they increased their strength was through the accumulation of training over a long period of time. Usually, they would only have a one-time improvement when they broke through. Therefore, most of the people present were very satisfied with the effects of the evolution cube, especially the calamity grade supers. The stronger their bodies were, the better the effects of the evolution cube. Some calamity grades who were limited by their potential and could not advance even an inch all year round benefited greatly. What a novel experience. Pamela felt the changes in her body with amazement. As a biological genetic engineer, she felt it even more deeply. This is a pure evolution on the genetic level. It's not a genetic mutation induced by the environment, but an optimization of the original racial characteristics, amplifying the advantages of the genes. It's like some kind of genetic catalyst. If there were no side effects, it would be too scary. It's almost perfect. I don't know what the source of this power is. It's like a god. The state of the cells seems to have been exposed to some kind of radiation. Could the nature of the evolution energy be a special kind of radiation? Pamela's professional habit came online, and she could not help but want to dive into the laboratory to study it. This time, the reception robot that was guarding at the side came up and said, "Congratulations, everyone. In order to celebrate your evolution, the Black Star Corps will be holding a banquet tomorrow. The Army Commander and all the officers will be present. Everyone is welcome." All the races that had completed their evolution also received invitations from other reception robots. The captain of the flower sprites suppressed his excitement and nodded. "Okay, we'll be there. The invitations have been sent to everyone. The time and location are written on it. I'll remind everyone when the time comes. Also, remember to wear formal attire tomorrow." "Got it." Everyone nodded. The purpose of this trip was completed, and everyone was in a good mood. Basically, all the elites of the civilizations had accepted the invitation and stayed to attend the banquet. The banquet was the next day, and everyone returned to their accommodation. After resting for a day, these elites took off their galactic armor and combat suits the next day and changed into formal attire of their respective civilizations before heading to the banquet. On the other side, in the commander's room, Han Shao had also changed his clothes and was looking at himself in the mirror. The man in the mirror was tall and straight. He wore a necklace of compressed orbs around his neck and a thick black cloak with white edges draped over his shoulders. The back of the cloak was embroidered with the emblem of the Black Star Corps. The inner lining was dark red, and the material was the fur of some rare beast. There were 3 inverted, triangle-shaped silver magnetic buttons on the collar of the cloak. The lower hem of the cloak reached his calves and could be closed like a curtain to wrap around his body. He wore a double-breasted black shirt with gorgeous patterns embroidered on it and matching pants. I've always wanted to know who designed this suit. Do you think I'm a crow? Han Xiao couldn't help but complain. I designed it according to your usual preferences, hum. It seems that the big data collection algorithm needs to be updated, Han Xiao muttered to himself. After washing his face, Han Xiao pushed open the door. Outside the door stood a group of senior officers. They had all changed into formal attire and were waiting for him to set off together. Han Xiao looked around and took in everyone's attire. Most of the people were wearing the Black Star Corps uniform. Haluz, Reynold, and many other Black Star Guards were wearing the same. Loggy was wearing a white mage robe and had the demeanor of a secret magic master. Tamar was also brought along by Loggy. He was wearing a secret blue mage robe and looked like a decent secret magic master. Hardaway was wearing casual clothes that looked like a suit. His muscles were almost bursting out of his clothes. He looked very much like the Bloodshed Land. Sylvia took off her armor and wore a purple dress. She had a ponytail and wore a pair of earrings. She also had light makeup on her face and looked much more mature. As an officer who often dealt with outsiders, she was very familiar with such situations. Aurora also wore a white dress. She was not as mature as Sylvia, but looked more delicate. Hella was wearing a custom-made red Black Star Guards captain uniform. It was a little tight and showed off her stunning figure. She did not like to wear dresses, and her temperament was as cold and capable as usual. Fu Ding was wearing a gorgeous blue robe, which was similar to what he wore when he was on tour. He had an extremely friendly smile on his face. Han Xiao looked at everyone with interest and said, "You guys look good. I haven't worn it for a long time. It's a little awkward." Fu Ding pulled at his collar and said helplessly. Because Han Xiao did not usually participate in such events, they rarely saw each other in formal attire. Hella frowned and said, "You know I'm not interested in such occasions. If you have time to attend banquets, you might as well train. You can't just focus on training. You have to relax occasionally." Han Xiao waved his hands with a smile. "I've been dealing with the Arcane Church recently, and I'm very tense. Now that the problem has been solved, I can finally relax. Don't think about training. I don't like to communicate with strangers." Hella shook her head. These people are the elites of their respective races. They're all powerful people. If you get to know them, you might be able to spar with them in the future. That's not a bad idea. Hella's eyes flickered. Han Xiao and the others chatted as they arrived at the banquet hall. The place was already crowded with people, and it was extremely lively. The banquet hall was a special banquet hall, and it was decorated magnificently. Food was indispensable to the banquet. Countless delicacies of different colors were served on the long tables and floating mechanical trays. The food was very complicated and catered to the tastes of different races. The elites of the various races attended the banquet in splendid attire. The dressing styles of different civilizations were dazzling, fully demonstrating the diversity of the galactic society. Han Xiao walked into the hall with his people and immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Ahem, on behalf of the Black Star Corps, I welcome everyone to this banquet." After clearing his throat, Han Xiao spoke with a smile. As the host of the banquet, he naturally had to say a few words to signal the start of the banquet. He was very familiar with this. After the introductory words, the atmosphere of the banquet hall became much more lively. Many people took the initiative to chat with Han Xiao. The reason most of them stayed was to communicate with Han Xiao. Normally, they would not have the means to come into contact with beyond grade as. Very soon, Han Xiao was surrounded by a circle of people. With a smile on his face, he patiently chatted with the guests while sizing them up. In just a short while, he saw many old acquaintances from his previous life. They were all famous people that the players had met in the various regions of the Shattered Star Ring during their adventures in his previous life. Some were very cheerful and talkative. Some wore hooded cloaks as if they wanted to hide themselves, and some talked to themselves in a very neurotic manner. Their styles were very different. Although these famous people were no longer qualified in front of him, in the eyes of the players, they were still big shots and full of personality. Han Xiao memorized all the contact details of these people who came up to chat with him. These elites, on the other hand, did not expect a beyond grade A to be so friendly and were flattered. Collecting the contact details of these famous people was equivalent to collecting the nodes of the storyline for Han Xiao. Apart from that, these elites all held quite a bit of power in their respective civilizations, which could be considered a very good source of income. Just as they were chatting happily, Han Xiao heard someone call out to him from behind with a shy tone. "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm Pamela of the Flower Sprite race, a genetic engineer." Han Xiao turned around, smiled, and said, "What's the matter? I am your admirer. I would like to get to know you. Can you accept my communicator number?" Pamela's eyes were filled with excitement. She watched from the side for a while, and seeing that Han Xiao did not reject her, she mustered up the courage to talk to him and exchange contact details. Noticing Pamela's impure gaze, Han Xiao could not help but laugh. "Am I being hit on by someone of the opposite sex? How rare. All right, give me your contact details." Han Xiao did not reject. A genetic engineer was quite worth making friends with. Although these elites would not change jobs, he might encounter some special situations in the future that he could ask for their help. "Thank you." After exchanging contact details, Pamela looked as though she had received an autograph from her idol. Her face was filled with excitement, and she held the communicator close to her chest as if it was some kind of treasure. Not far away, Sylvia glanced over and snorted. "Humph, love-struck fool." The banquet went on for a while, and the guests became more and more immersed in the atmosphere, becoming more natural. Batch after batch of guests exchanged contact details with Han Xiao and left in satisfaction. Han Xiao finally had some free time, and he let out a sigh of relief. He picked up a glass of sparkling alcohol that was gradually turning blue from the floating tray in front of him and drank half of it in one gulp to moisten his throat. The refreshing and spicy alcohol flowed down his throat, and a sweet aftertaste surged up. Han Xiao felt refreshed, and he let out a sigh of relief. He walked to a corner and slowly drank his alcohol, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. After so many years of operation, the Black Star Corps had finally reached its current state. Han Xiaoxin could not help but feel emotional. "What are you feeling emotional about?" Hella walked over with a glass of fiery red alcohol. "How do you know I'm feeling emotional?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. "I've known you for so long. How can I not know you? Just by looking at your eyes, I know what you're thinking about," Hella said lightly. "Speaking of which, I remember now. 20 years ago, when I first lost my memory, the first friend I made was you. We were the first to meet. Yeah, so many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Hella followed Han Xiao's gaze and looked at the banquet. She slowly said, "Back then, I was struggling in despair. I never thought that I would one day step into the universe and have a future like this. Now that I think about my experience with Blue Star, it feels like a lifetime ago. Back then, I endured in the underground base for half a year. Luckily, you would leave the base every once in a while, or else I would never have been able to escape. It's good that you know." Hella's lips curled up slightly. Thinking about the memories they shared, she felt inexplicably happy. Han Xiao laughed, then stopped smiling and shook his head. "After that, many things happened. You felt that you owed me a favor, so you chose to fight for me. However, your ability is not limited to that. You have the potential to become a beyond grade A. Sooner or later, you will obtain this power. When that time comes, will you still fight alongside me?" Hella hesitated for a while before shaking her head. "I don't know. An honest answer. Promises are the most unreliable things. Who can say for sure what the future will be?" Han Xiao shrugged and raised his glass. "At least you're still standing by my side. To our friendship, let's toast. You sound so old-fashioned." "Please, we're already more than 40 years old. Although, according to our lifespans, we're still kids. You're the one who's a kid." Hella's expression was a little disgusted, but there was a smile on her face. She raised her glass and clinked it with Han Xiao's. "Cheers." Ding. With the wine cup between their lips, they each took a sip of wine. Han Xiao smacked his lips, and, just as he was about to say something, a guest came over. It seemed like he wanted to talk, but there was a hesitant look on his face. Seeing someone approach, the two stopped chatting, and Han Xiao took the initiative to ask, "What's the matter?" "Your Excellency Black Star, I'm a member of the Gyulul civilization, Cecilin. I have something to discuss with you privately." "Gyulul civilization? Han Xiao searched for information on the quantum network. This was a star system civilization from another star cluster. It seemed like they had been in a state of internal strife for a long time. The internal conflict was extremely serious, to the point of military division. This Cecilin was a calamity-grade elite of the current ruling party of the Gil civilization. Not only was he one of the strongest guardians of the civilization, he was also a commander of the army. What do you want to discuss with me privately? Han Xiao raised his brows. Can't we talk here? Cecilin shook his head. It's not suitable to talk about it in public. Then at least tell me why you're here. Cecilin paused for a moment before saying with a deep voice, "This is a request. Please believe me, I'm sincere." Han Xiao stroked his chin and smelled the scent of a mission. Since it's a mission that came knocking on my door, there's no harm in listening. Han Xiao thought. With that thought, Han Xiao passed the glass to Hela and walked toward the side door of the banquet hall. There was a private room in the hallway of the side door used for discussions. Then come with me. Chapter 869. The two of them left through the side door of the venue and entered the reception room in the corridor. Philip closed the door. The soundproofing here was very good, and the noise of the banquet outside was blocked out. The two of them sat opposite each other. With a snap of his fingers, Han Xiao asked the simulated mechanical waiter in the room to pour 2 glasses of amber wine and a few ice cubes into them, placing them on the short table in front of the two of them. You can speak now. Han Xiao swirled the wine in his glass, and the fragrant wine flowed out. He was now a big shot in the Shattered Star Ring, and with his current position, it was no longer the missions that came looking for him. Instead, the missions would come looking for him, and there would always be people asking for help. This phenomenon was not limited to him. The players could do it as well. For example, if a player had been in a certain star system for a long time and made a name for himself, he would occasionally meet NPCs who would come looking for him. This was the effect of regional reputation. It's like this. My request concerns the future of the Gil civilization. Cecilin sat up straight. I guessed it. If it wasn't something of this level, who would bother a beyond grade A? Han Zhao's expression did not change, and he raised his hand, indicating for Cecilin to continue. Before that, please allow me to briefly introduce the current situation of my civilization, Cecilin said solemnly. The Gil civilization has always been in a state of military division. The 3 main parties have formed their own military regions and are opposing each other, dividing the territory. These 3 parties are the Ancient Emperor Party, the Pioneer Party, and the Descender Party. The current ruling party representing the Gil civilization is the Ancient Emperor Party, and they conduct diplomatic activities in the name of Gil. My teammates and I are all members of the Ancient Emperor Party. As one of the edges of the explored universe, the situation in the Shattered Star Ring was rather complicated due to the lack of control. Some civilizations were very peaceful, while others were constantly in a state of internal strife. An internal military division, like the one in the Gil civilization, could be considered a serious internal strife. I understand. What do you want to ask for? Han Xiao asked. I wish for the war assistance of the Black Star Corps to end the division of the Gil civilization and bring us peace. Oh, I understand. You want to apply for war employment and have my people assist the ruling party in suppressing the other 2 parties, right? Han Xiao raised his brows. However, Cecilin shook his head and gave an unexpected answer. No, I hope that the Black Star Corps can assist the Pioneer Party to overthrow the rule of the Ancient Emperor Party and suppress the Descendant Party. Han Zhao's interest was piqued as he sized Cecilin up. You're a member of the Ancient Emperor Party, but you're actually speaking for another party? Could it be that you've secretly joined the Pioneer Party and are a spy? Cecilin shook his head. No, I was born on a colonial planet controlled by the Ancient Emperor Party. When I came of age, I served in the Ancient Emperor Party's army. Until now, I have not joined any other party. Then why are you doing this? Profit? Did the Pioneer Party promise you benefits? That's not it. I have a high position in the Ancient Emperor Party, and I'm also a war hero. The Pioneer Party won't try to rope in a hardcore member like me. Furthermore, with my position, the Ancient Emperor Party can give me whatever the Pioneer Party can. I'm not doing this for benefits. Then what is it for? Philosophy. Cecilin solemnly said, I agree with the ideals of the Pioneer Party. The Ancient Emperor Party is already rotten, and only the Pioneer Party can bring hope to the future of civilization. I get it. Han Shao narrowed his eyes. You're a traitor. The Ancient Emperor Party gave you power and status, even allowing you to enjoy the evolution cube. Yet, you're secretly thinking of overthrowing their rule? From their standpoint, I'm indeed a traitor. However, from the standpoint of the Pioneer Party, I'm someone who has abandoned the dark for the light. Thus, I only want to focus on actual actions and not the evaluation of others, Cecilin said in a low voice. When I was young, I was a hot-blooded youth who always wanted to serve the civilization. However, my thinking back then was still immature. Like many others, I was also passionate about protecting the orthodox Ancient Emperor Party. Due to being born on a colonial planet, my standpoint was largely decided by nature. However, after serving the Ancient Emperor Party for so many years, I started to have doubts about their ideology and way of doing things, and my beliefs started to waver. Han Shao looked at him and did not say anything. He had asked Philip to search for detailed information on the Gilul civilization, and he would not listen to just one side of the story. At this moment, Cecilin's voice fluctuated, and there was a hint of anger in it. Due to the conflict between the parties, the Ancient Emperor Party secretly committed many bloody acts against our own people in order to maintain their absolute rule. I was also involved in a portion of it, and now that I think about it, I regret it. I've seen the darkness of politics, the bloodiness of ruling, and the imprisonment of one's thoughts. I once fell into self-doubt, and my house was filled with medals given to me by the Ancient Emperor Party. In the past, I loved to look at them and reminisce about my past glory. However, when I look at these medals that I was once proud of, my nose can smell the nauseating stench of blood. Han Shao stroked his chin. So, you decided to betray the party that groomed you. To be precise, after experiencing self-doubt, I felt that I had unlocked some sort of shackle. Cecilin took a sip of wine and sighed. I've always been bound by my identity, and at that moment, I understood that the three parties were just positions within the civilization. The so-called opposition was meaningless, and the future of the entire civilization should be paid more attention to. Whoever can bring a brighter future to Gilul, I should help them. As such, I broke away from the entanglement of being a member of the Ancient Emperor Party and the position that bound me. I chose to follow my own thoughts and follow the judgment of my heart. As such, I chose the Pioneer Party, which is supported by the people. They can bring Gilul to greater heights. So, you think that you're very noble? Han Zhao's brows twitched. I don't have such thoughts. Cecilin shook his head. As for your choice, I'm just an outsider, and I don't wish to comment on it. Han Shao slowly said, I only want to know, you said that you did not join any other party. So on what basis are you representing the Pioneer Party to discuss cooperation with me? Right now, I'm not representing the Pioneer Party, but making a request to you in my own capacity. Han Shao smiled. Then, why do you think that you can convince me to interfere in a civil war that I don't even care about? You have not reached a consensus with the Pioneer Party, and let's not talk about whether they have the intention of letting me interfere. Realistically speaking, can you afford to pay for the war employment? Why should I kick aside the Ancient Emperor Party that I'm currently working with to help you? What can you offer me? I know that it's rude to ask you in my own capacity, but I have no other choice, Cecilin said with a deep voice. Cecilin solemnly said, the Ancient Emperor Party sent me over with a mission, which is for me to represent the Ancient Emperor Party to submit a request for employment. They are prepared to use force to eradicate the other two parties and reclaim their territories. So that's the case. Han Shao understood. The Ancient Emperor Party wanted to resolve the division once and for all, but they did not wish to be controlled by an advanced civilization. Thus, they did not request the help of a star cluster civilization, but wanted to hire external help, which was galactic mercenaries. In the Shattered Star Ring, there were a few large mercenary organizations, and the most representative of them were the Mercenary League, Bloodshed Land, and the Black Star Corps. Because the Black Star Corps was the head of the Mercenary League and was an ally of the Bloodshed Land. As long as they hired the Black Star Corps, the mercenaries in Shattered Star Ring would not be hired by employers that opposed the Black Star Corps. After all, the Black Star Corps had a high status and was powerful. Although the mercenaries valued money, they did not want to send themselves to death. At the same time, mercenary groups that were cooperating with each other would not be hired by employers that opposed each other. This was an unspoken rule in the mercenary industry. In the mercenary world of the Shattered Star Ring, the status and influence of the Black Star Corps was already at the peak. As the ruling party, the Ancient Emperor Party had already established a connection with the Black Star Corps. As long as they received assistance, the Pioneer Party that Cecilin had set his eyes on would definitely be wiped out. Thus, he could only take a risk and directly make a request to Han Shao without sufficient preparation. TSK, I'm really unlucky to have chosen a traitor like you as my emissary. Han Zhao's mouth twitched. Could this be the meaning of I didn't have a choice in the past, but I want to be a good person now? Han Shao shook his head. Let's talk about something more practical. Regardless of which party is in power, it doesn't make much of a difference to me. The Ancient Emperor Party definitely offered a reasonable price to cooperate with the Black Star Corps, and you came looking for me without any guarantee. Forget it. I don't wish to say anything unpleasant. This conversation can end here. As he spoke, Han Shao put down his wine glass, stood up, and walked toward the door with dissatisfaction in his heart. Cecilin's words were pleasant to hear, but he did not even mention any substantial rewards. Han Shao did not care about the struggle between parties in an unfamiliar civilization. After the Black Star Corps transformed, they had retained their mercenary business, and mercenaries were not charity organizations. Going against the rules of the profession was an act that lacked professional ethics. Without any benefits, he wanted to use his mouth to trick a beyond grade A super. Dream on. Why don't you die from your wishful thinking? Please wait. Cecilin hurriedly stood up. Just as you said, it doesn't matter which party is in power. The Pioneer Party will also maintain a cooperative relationship with you. I hope that you can help the Pioneer Party. The Gilul civilization will become stronger, and the rewards will be greater. The Ancient Emperor Party has already decayed, and the Pioneer Party is the only righteous one. What does the righteousness you speak of have to do with me? Han Shao did not even turn his head. Every word he said was a banner of righteousness. Since they were all here to make a living, there was no point in doing this. His kindness only existed between those he was familiar with, and it was extremely limited to strangers. This was due to his personality, as well as the coldness created by the era. Furthermore, after experiencing so many things, he naturally would not be so easily convinced by outsiders. Please help the Gilul civilization. Don't. A strange sound came from behind, and Han Shao turned around to see Cecilin crawling on the ground. A Calamity Grade was begging for help in the most humble manner possible. His tone was anxious, and he had no other words. Glancing at him, Han Shao did not move. He retracted his gaze and was about to push open the door to leave. Right at this moment, a mission popped up on his interface. You have triggered the S-rank mission, Gilul Civilization, Pioneer's Flame. Mission Introduction. The Gilul civilization is a galactic civilization that has been plagued by internal strife. The severe factional rivalry has caused this civilization to be shrouded in the flames of war. The civilization has not improved for many years and has even been regressing. In order to break this stalemate, Cecilin, as a member of the upper echelon of the Ancient Emperor Party, has decided to join the Pioneer Party and has made a request to you. Mission requirements. Overthrow the rule of the Ancient Emperor Party, eradicate the Descendant Party, and make the Pioneer Party the ruler of the Gilul civilization. Failure condition. Destruction of the Pioneer Party reward. After completing the mission, the reward will depend on your performance. S-rank mission. Han Zhao's footsteps paused. The coup of a star system civilization was basically the same as an all-out war. It was indeed an S-grade difficulty. It was very difficult for players to influence the direction of a star system civilization's internal war. Of course, he was different. The Black Star Corps was very powerful and had the right to interfere in a cosmic system-level civilization war. This mission was not difficult for him. After thinking for a while, Han Xiao did not stop. He quietly pushed open the door and walked out, leaving Cecilin in a daze. S-rank missions were indeed attractive, but helping the Pioneer Party gave him a mission. There was no reason that helping the Ancient Emperor Party would not give him a mission. With Han Xiao's rich experience, he could tell that this was definitely a series of missions. Han Xiao was prepared to communicate with the upper echelons of the Gyul civilization and trigger the mission of the other party before deciding what to do. He was never someone who had obsessive-compulsive disorder where he had to complete every mission that popped up on the interface. S-rank missions were not a small matter. Although the Black Star Corps had the status of a star cluster civilization, it did not mean that they could ignore a star system civilization. Han Xiao was very clear that although the Black Star Corps had a high status, it was partly because of him. After all, there was a limit to the development of a faction. The military strength of the Black Star Corps was not a problem for them to fight a star system civilization, but they were still far from a star cluster civilization. Han Xiao did not really need the reward of this mission, and he did not care about the reward of a star system civilization. He was only concerned about this matter for the sake of the players. Naturally, he did not intend to personally interfere in this war employment. It would be too much of a bully for a beyond grade to interfere in the battle of a star system civilization. Furthermore, he only wanted to quietly stay in the headquarters to build machinery and wait for the experience penalty period to pass. Thus, this mission was naturally left to the players. Furthermore, the players were indeed the best people to carry out such missions, and they could greatly reduce the casualties of the army. The Battle of Planet Lighthouse had come to an end, and there would probably not be any major events for a long time. The players could only do side missions. Although exploring the flickering world had its benefits, it was a little boring for the players. Thus, he wanted to create a new event to fill this gap and take care of the players' experience in the army. On the other hand, this was also to allow the players to obtain more rewards before the Pro League. The rewards of an S-rank war employment mission would definitely be better than a side mission. Helping the players grow faster within the limits of the version would increase the attractiveness of the faction, and Han Xiao had always been doing this. At this moment, Philip appeared in the quantum network. Master Hum, I found the information on the Ancient Emperor Party that you requested. Upon hearing this, Han Xiao entered the quantum network to check the information. In this regard, Cecilin did not lie. He did not dare to lie. The Ancient Emperor Party was indeed not popular, and their rule was rotten. The nobles colluded with each other, and the citizens were filled with complaints. However, they were controlled by high pressure and did not dare speak out. The Advent Party wasn't anything good either, being even more extreme to a certain extent. The Pioneer Party wasn't as good as Cecilin had described them to be, but with the contrast of the other two parties, they were indeed the most reliable of the three main parties. They could be considered generals chosen from generals. After reading it, Han Xiao nodded. Seeing was believing, and he only knew what was going on with the information. Chapter 870. Han Xiao did not immediately contact the Gyul civilization. The banquet was still going on, and he could not afford to neglect these guests. After returning to the banquet, Han Xiao collected quite a number of contact details. Relaxing times always passed quickly, and the banquet soon came to an end. Many guests bade farewell and left the venue. Han Xiao saw Cecilin's figure in the crowd. Cecilin's footsteps were hurried, but his expression remained the same. Revealing his cards to Han Xiao this time was akin to cutting off all means of retreat for him. However, Han Xiao did not intend to report to the party of a star system civilization. He was, after all, a beyond grade A, and he had no obligation to report to these people. The guests left one after another. The mechanical waiters came to clean up the mess. This was the first year of the Evolution Banquet, and its influence was limited. If they wanted to compete with the Tyrant's Party, they would need to make a name for themselves in the Shattered Star Ring for the various civilizations to form a habit of attending every year. After leaving the venue, Han Xiao did not stay idle. He met with the elites of the Red Empire alone. These people were more important, so they received special treatment. They did not talk about any serious matters and mainly chatted to get to know each other. These elites all had different levels of influence in the dynasty, and making more friends would help him expand his network in the dynasty. Because of the battle on Planet Lighthouse, Han Zhao's fame and status in the Red Empire had risen. He realized that the attitude of these elites toward him was even more respectful than before, and they no longer treated him as an ordinary beyond grade A ally. Everyone chatted happily. After sending off the elites of the dynasty, Han Zhao returned to his room and got Philip to contact the upper echelons of the Gilul civilization's ancient emperor party. He did not reveal Cecilin's betrayal, but said that Cecilin had already requested war employment and had completed the mission. Thus, he had called to discuss this matter. The upper echelons of the ancient emperor party did not suspect anything and proposed the remuneration. There were rewards, various military resources, mechanical materials, and other practical rewards, as well as long-term mining rights to more resource-rich planets. A normal galactic mercenary organization would only be able to obtain rewards, such as the right to use military factories, military resource purchasing channels, and so on. However, the Black Star Army had a different background, so they were able to obtain things such as the right to mine resource planets, which normal mercenary groups could not obtain. As expected, the Gilul civilization's civil war was indeed a series of missions. After contacting the Ancient Emperor Party, an S-rank mission popped up on his interface. It was different from the Pioneer Party's flame of the Pioneer mission. This mission was called Upholding the Orthodoxy, and the goal was to help the Ancient Emperor Party suppress the other parties and reclaim their territories. Without giving the Ancient Emperor Party a proper reply, Han Zhao ended the call and rubbed his chin. They're all S-rank missions, so the reward should be about the same. Perhaps there's a slight difference in the difficulty of the missions. For example, the Ancient Emperor Party is the strongest, so it's easier to suppress them. On the other hand, the Descendant Party is the weakest, so the reward should be greater. After thinking about it, Han Zhao got Philip to check on the current leader of the Pioneer Party. Cecilin was just an unexpected factor, and Han Zhao planned to directly contact the Pioneer Party. The Gilul civilization's military was divided, so the Pioneer Party had their own territory on the surface, and it was easy to find their number. The call was quickly connected. "You are." The secretary's figure appeared on the screen, and before he could finish his sentence, he saw Han Zhao's appearance and was shocked. Black Star? Han Zhao was too famous in the Shattered Star Ring, and while ordinary people might not recognize him, as an official of a star system civilization, it was impossible for this secretary not to recognize this face. Han Zhao's call made him fall into disbelief. "Connect me to the leader of your Pioneer Party," Han Zhao said calmly. Oh, I'll connect you to the internal line immediately." "You? No. Please wait a moment," the secretary stammered. While they were not the ruling party, the leader of the Pioneer Party was not someone that ordinary people could meet as and when they wanted to. However, an important figure like Black Star was clearly an exception. Not long after, the leader of the Pioneer Party came online, and the shock in his eyes could not be concealed. He had been waiting for an important call when he suddenly received the news that Black Star was calling. He was also shocked and had yet to recover from the shock. Why would Black Star, who had never interacted with them before, suddenly look for them, and even specifically ask to meet him? "Your Excellency, Black Star, why are you looking for me?" the leader of the Pioneer Party asked cautiously. "I've also heard about the situation of your Gilul civilization. Not long ago, the Ancient Emperor Party sent me a war mercenary request, wanting to borrow the strength of the Black Star Corps to eliminate the other parties. Are you aware of this matter? Is this true?" The leader of the Pioneer Party's expression changed. It was not that he did not know about this matter. In fact, he had been waiting for the report from his spy. Their spy in the Ancient Emperor Party had heard some unusual movements and guessed that the other party wanted to seek external help. Now, this was confirmed by Black Star. The leader of the Pioneer Party knew the severity of the matter and immediately panicked. However, he quickly reacted. If Black Star had accepted, why would he inform them? Why would Black Star call them? With a flash of inspiration, the leader of the Pioneer Party thought that he understood the meaning behind Black Star's words. Your Excellency Black Star, no matter what price the Ancient Emperor Party offered, we will double it. As long as the Black Star Corps is willing to assist us in overthrowing the Ancient Emperor Party, we will definitely not go back on our words. Since the purpose of the visit had been made clear, there was no need for pleasantries. The leader of the Pioneer Party went straight to the point. He truly desired the assistance of the Black Star Corps, but before today, he had never thought about it. The Ancient Emperor Party had only been in contact with the Black Star Corps for roughly a year, and it was only limited to business cooperation. On the other hand, the Pioneer Party had never interacted with the Black Star Corps before. Damn, he's treating me as a warmonger. Han Zhao's brows twitched. However, from the perspective of the leader of the Pioneer Party, this was indeed the case. After all, the leader of the Pioneer Party knew nothing about Cecilin. Thinking about it, Han Zhao was not interested in exposing Cecilin. After all, this fellow had brought him a mission, and before he took the initiative to betray him, he would just let him hide his achievements and reputation. After pondering for a moment, under the nervous gaze of the leader of the Pioneer Party, Han Zhao slowly nodded his head. All right, let's do that. When the time comes, I'll get someone to look for you to sign an employment contract. With that, he hung up the call. Looking at the black screen, the leader of the Pioneer Party slumped into his chair and fell into a daze. He felt as though he was dreaming. Without any warning, he had obtained the help of a major organization like the Black Star Corps in less than a few minutes of discussion. At this moment, he deeply experienced the terrifying power of the Black Star Army, which could decide the life and death of others with just a thought. With a huge external force like the Black Star Army, the stalemate of the Gyulul civilization for many years finally welcomed a turning point. Could it be that Black Star is really doing this for the sake of being a warmonger? There doesn't seem to be a need for him to do this. At this moment, the leader of the Pioneer Party had doubts. The Black Star clearly had no relationship with the Pioneer Party, so why would he suddenly choose them? There must be a reason behind this that I don't know. The leader of the Pioneer Party had a gloomy expression. However, since Black Star did not say anything, he had forgotten to ask, and it was not appropriate to ask now. The leader of the Pioneer Party did not want to be kept in the dark. He decided to slowly investigate what had happened in a place that he did not know. Someone must have done something to cause Black Star to take the initiative to look for him. On the other side, Han Zhao put away his communicator. This small episode had come to an end for him. He only needed to wait for the Pioneer Party to sign an employment contract with the Army's mercenary department before sending out a faction mission. The rest would be the matter of the players and Army members. This was equivalent to pulling a project for the Army players to do, and he did not need to pay attention to the rest. Choosing to help the Pioneer Party had nothing to do with Cecilin. Among the three parties, the Pioneer Party was relatively better. Only when one's own interests were protected would one have the right to do good deeds. This had always been his motto. On the other hand, the Pioneer Party seemed more righteous, and many players liked this. This was another pursuit of the players other than their own interests. Therefore, under these considerations, the Ancient Emperor Party and the more extreme Descender Party were eliminated. Helping a relatively righteous party would help increase the player's sense of identity toward the army. At the very least, it would not cause any disgust from the players. A few days later, the elites of the various civilizations left the Black Star Corps headquarters one after another. The spaceship of the Gyulul civilization left the port and headed into space. Cecilin looked at the Black Star Corps until it disappeared from his sight, and he could not hide the disappointment on his face. 2 days ago, the leader of the Ancient Emperor Party had specially contacted him and praised his contributions. He said that Black Star had already contacted them and believed that they would receive the assistance of the Black Star Corps very soon. I wasn't able to convince Black Star. Pioneer Party. Cecilin was depressed. He did not feel that he alone would be able to change the situation of the Pioneer Party. Right at this moment, his comrade beside him suddenly exclaimed into the communicator, "Look, The Pioneer Party just announced that they have reached an agreement with the Black Star Corps and are going to launch an all-out attack. What? Everyone on the ship was shocked and took out their communicators to check. Cecilin's face was filled with astonishment, and he also took out his communicator to check. The more he read, the more agitated he became. How could this be? Could it be that my words were really effective? Cecilin was so agitated that he could not control himself. His actions had really brought about a turnaround, allowing Black Star to make a different decision. If he had not taken this risk, Black Star would most likely have agreed to the Ancient Emperor Party's request and would not have had the time to understand the situation of the Gilul civilization. Regardless of what conditions the Pioneer Party had reached with Black Star, regardless of what Black Star was thinking, he had contributed greatly. Just like two different tracks, he had pushed the wrench and caused fate to deviate from its original path. Cecilin turned to look in the direction of the Black Star Corps. Although he knew that Black Star did not need his gratitude, he still had a look of gratitude on his face. He was not sure if Black Star had exposed his identity or not, so he silently placed this matter in his heart. He felt that he had only done the right thing and did not intend to claim credit from the Pioneer Party. In the military machinery factory, Han Xiao released the faction mission that he had set up and opened the forums to take a look. The players of the army were already very familiar with this kind of war employment. Every time, it represented a large-scale operation, and the players had always loved such big events. This time, they were participating in a star system-level war to help a party eliminate a competitor. They had teammates on their side, and the opponent was not an entire star system-level civilization. The difficulty was just right for the current players. The army players were extremely interested and enthusiastically participated, calling for their friends on the forums. After taking a few looks and confirming that there was no problem with the players' reactions, Han Xiao closed the forums. The players would do what they wanted, and he did not need to worry about them. This star system level war employment would probably last until the end of the version, and the players would have things to do for a long time. This way, I can have some free time to build my mech legion. Han Xiao exhaled. After the experience penalty period, he still had to deal with ES God. Making him shut his mouth forever was the most important thing. Before that, Han Xiao decided to stay in the military machinery factory and go into seclusion, no longer paying attention to all the miscellaneous matters in the outside world. ES God was already strong enough, and now that he had even evolved, his strength was unimaginably high. Thinking about this, Han Xiao felt quite a bit of psychological pressure. In order to kill this guy, he had to make a lot of preparations. Chapter 871. Half a month later, Central Galaxy, Radiant Federation Mother Planet, President's Office. Vader was the only one in the room, and a remote projection was floating in front of him. His appearance was that of a normal galactic human. He was of average height and wore a large white robe. There were many wrinkles on his face, and he looked a little old. However, his spirit was very hale and hearty. His eyes were glowing like two miniature stars, extremely dazzling and bright. Ordinary people would find it difficult to look at them directly. His beard reached his chest, and his hair was also very long, tied up with a few silver hairbands. His beard and hair were all silver and had a metallic texture, like flowing liquid alloy. This projection was the original appearance of the Mecha Empire's Manison. His expression was calm, and he gave off a calm aura. He was currently talking to Vader. My troops have already sent the 10,000 deity scepter to the research station you designated. The handover has been completed. Manison's voice was old and filled with magnetism, the kind that carried electricity. Thank you. Vader nodded with a smile. The promised reward will be sent to the mechanical race. The Mecha Empire and the Radiant Federation had been in an alliance for many years. Due to his strength, influence, and past achievements, Manison's position in the Radiant Federation was extremely high. Vader was very respectful of the Mecha Empire and had always carefully protected the alliance between the two sides. After all, before him, Manison had already assisted several presidents of the Radiant Federation. Of course, This was also due to the Federation system. Compared to the Red Empire and the Arcane Church, their leaders changed more frequently. Manison nodded, changed the topic, and slowly said, "There's one more thing. Please speak. Remember to call me when you go to contact Black Star." Bader was stunned. "Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Why do you think we should contact Black Star?" After this incident, Balder did not dare to underestimate Han Shao, but he was not prepared to send someone to contact him on behalf of the Radiant Federation because there was no need. Black Star was an ally of the dynasty, and his family was huge. Once a Beyond Grade, joined a universal civilization, it was basically impossible for him to jump ship unless there was a special reason. Otherwise, the dynasty would not let him go. Thus, Bader did not plan to contact Han Shao. After thinking about it, Bader thought that Manison was purely interested in Black Star, so he nodded and agreed. It was normal for Beyond Grade A mechanics to be interested in communication, so he was not surprised. "If there's nothing else, I'm going offline." Manison nodded and then hung up. Seeing this, Bader waited for more than 10 seconds before contacting the dynasty's Beyond Grade A virtual mechanic. There were no abnormalities in the quantum network monitoring just now, right? No. Hearing this, Bader was relieved. Although he trusted Manison, he still had to be cautious. After all, Manison was not a direct member of the Radiant Federation, but an ally of the Ancient Ones. He might even be the strongest virtual mechanic of this era. Thus, every time they contacted each other, he would have the dynasty's virtual mechanic monitor the network to prevent Manison from opening a backdoor. At the same time, in the distant primeval Star River, Manison opened his eyes, and his consciousness exited the quantum network. His lips curled up, an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. The material used to wrap the 10,000 deity scepter has already reached the level of a space wonder. The Radiant Federation is going to have a headache this time. When Manison accepted the mission, he knew that he would be able to come into contact with the 10,000 deity scepter. Thus, he had specially brought along a lot of research equipment. His long-range troops had already briefly studied the protective layer outside the 10,000 deity scepter. However, the space-time amber blocked out all forms of energy, and it was difficult to even detect the various parameters. Manison's long-range troops only discovered some clues through the space research equipment of the space-time amber. The only thing they could analyze was that the space-time coefficient of the space-time amber was strangely distorted and constant at a certain value. He tried to break the space-time amber by disturbing the space-time coefficient, but the space-time amber also isolated the effects of external changes. This piece of frozen space-time was extremely stable. Manison still had not figured out the material structure of the amber. It was both a physical object and had the characteristics of a domain. Under a microscope, it appeared as the universe itself, and it was an area without motion. Since there was no movement of particles, time did not seem to exist. This seemed to be the principle of freezing. Manison thought of the exploration era in history. The three universal civilizations had changed the physical constants of a universe near their mother planet, forming a sealed and safe area. The space-time amber seemed to follow a similar principle, perhaps even stranger. If this material was another condensed secondary space independent of the universe, it would definitely have unique physical constants. He was very knowledgeable and believed that this material had already reached the level of a space wonder. After studying it, he ruled out the possibility that the space-time amber was a technology. He did not think that Han Shao had such an ability, so he became interested in creating universal treasures of this material. Other than Black Star himself, it should be very difficult for others to break it. Thus, Manison was certain that the Radiant Federation would definitely try to contact Black Star, and it would not be long before that happened. I'll go and get to know him on the way. He seems to have bullied my people before. Manison narrowed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. In a certain research base in the Radiant Federation's military control zone, not long ago, Manison's troops had delivered the 10,000 deity scepter. At this time, it was fixed in a huge mechanical cabin. Outside was a pile of research equipment, and many researchers were focused on operating the equipment. This was an integrated substance analyzer that could analyze many parameters of a target without damaging it. It was the standard product of advanced civilization researchers. Of course, the one made by the Radiant Federation was more useful. As long as it was something real, it could analyze it. The director of the research base stood by the side and stared at the 10,000 deity scepter with great concentration. President Bader had given the order to break the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter. The director of the research base knew the importance of this matter, so he personally took charge of the project. To be in charge of such an important research base, the director was not an ordinary person. He was an important figure in the highest research institute of the Radiant Federation and had made many significant contributions to scientific research. He had many honorary titles and was even personally awarded the Medal of Honor by the President. Reporting to the director, the equipment has been adjusted. The substance analyzer is ready. Should we begin the first analysis? Let's begin. The director nodded. The researcher pressed a button, and the next moment, the substance analyzer began to operate, emitting a soft, buzzing sound. Everyone stared at the screen as the data on it changed rapidly. After a while, the auxiliary artificial intelligence came to a surprising conclusion. Data error. Target cannot be analyzed. Target has energy insulation properties. The probing rays are unable to attach or penetrate it. The substance analyzer was useless? The director was surprised. It was not that he had never seen such a situation before, but it was very rare. Once it happened, it meant that they had encountered something troublesome. The research base of the Radiant Federation naturally had more than one type of detection equipment. The director tried all of them, but after a few hours, he only received a few thin pages of reports. A normal substance would have at least 1,000 pages of reports, but the space-time amber's parameters that could be detected were pitifully few. He still knew nothing about it. If Manison could detect abnormal space-time coefficients, so could they. Not only that, the director tried even more methods to crack it, but none of them worked. They could not even perform a normal test, let alone crack it. The director became more and more surprised, and his head started to hurt. Conventional methods were all ineffective, and he did not know where to start. What the hell was this? As a researcher, he was full of curiosity and had the mentality of challenging the unknown. He would not give up easily, but interest was interest. He still had a mission. Thinking of Bader's request, the director's heart sank. He had a premonition that the president's hopes would be dashed. The difficulty of cracking this thing seemed to be beyond their imagination. Chapter 872. It can't be cracked? In the president's office, Bader received the detailed report from the research station and read it with a frown. He could not hide the shock in his eyes. He had never doubted the technological prowess of the Radiant Federation. He originally thought that cracking the seal of the 10,000 deity scepter would be a piece of cake, but he did not expect the research station to give him such a surprise. A special substance at the level of a space wonder. It seems to be a frozen space-time with abnormal physical constants. Bader carefully read the report from the beginning as he muttered to himself. Suddenly, his eyes flashed as he thought of something. He logged into the intranet and pulled up a set of confidential information. On the cover was the file number and a level 16 icon. This was the confidential level of the information. In the Radiant Federation, internal information was divided into levels 1 to 20. Levels 1 to 5 were classified as information that could be made public, such as financial reports over the years. Levels 6 to 10 were classified as ordinary secrets, and most government officials could access them, but it was only limited to information related to their own positions. Levels 11 to 15 were classified as high-level secrets, and all traces of access were recorded. Furthermore, based on the reader's resume and reading authority, there would be appropriate erasures in the information to hide some details. Levels 16 to 19 were classified as top secrets, and basically, only high-ranking officials with real power could access them. Levels 20 to 20 were classified as special information, and no one was allowed to take the initiative to access them. It was almost never made public. Verifying identity. Welcome, Your Excellency President. You have level 19. 5 reading authority. You have the right to view the complete information. Removing smears. Removal complete. Vader tapped the virtual screen with his finger and flipped the page. The title page was the title of the information. Space-time freezer's files. This primordial one had once served the Radiant Federation during the exploration era. The Radiant Federation kept his file, and it contained information that was countless times more detailed than the outside world, including the records and analysis of his Esper ability. After Bader finished reading the research report on the space-time amber, he immediately thought of this primordial one, whose ability was somewhat similar. The leaders of universal civilizations had all undergone special training. They knew the history, confidential information, and technology of their own civilization like the back of their hand, and they formed a memory palace to store it. These were all compulsory courses, which was why Bader could immediately recall the existence of the space-time freezer. Space-time freezer. Frogo has the ability to freeze space-time. This ability is listed in the super high-risk Esper ability list. It can freeze the time and space of a specific area or target, and it can greatly affect beyond grade as. Its effect far exceeds the space-time spells of the mage class. He once froze an entire planet. See Appendix B-004 for details. He has also frozen enemy fleets many times on the battlefield, causing the enemy to be unable to fight back, allowing our fleet to nibble away at the enemy. This ability has reversed hundreds of local wars. See Appendix B-027 for details. According to our investigations, Frogo has to continuously consume energy to maintain the space-time freezing effect in an area. See Appendix 001 for details. If the energy supply is cut off, the freezing effect will quickly disappear. The usage of this ability can be fine-tuned. Frogo once used the method of freezing the space around him to defend himself. It has the best defense against physical objects and most forms of energy, but it is not immune to psychic attacks that directly affect the mind. Subsequent tests have shown that although this ability can imprison souls, it is unable to stop the consciousness of souls. This is the flaw of Frogo's Esper ability, proving that his space-time freeze is not perfect. Frogo sacrificed himself in the Battle of Planet Millennium. See Appendix B, 1940 for details. His body disappeared without a trace. Bader frowned and pondered. It is indeed very similar. Could there be a connection between the two? But even Frogo himself does not have the ability to materialize frozen space-time. What is this? Naturally, he did not know that the space-time amber had wandered the universe for many years and absorbed all kinds of cosmic radiation. It had already mutated. Esper abilities were the product of genetic mutation. Frogo's ability was flawed. Although he could freeze space-time, he could not defend against psychic attacks. However, the space-time amber no longer had this flaw after it mutated. Even psychic attacks could not penetrate the amber it created. After thinking about it, Bader sent this information to the head of the research department, hoping that it would be of help to his research. After completing this task, Bader rubbed his forehead in frustration and helplessness. The difficulty of deciphering the space-time amber was beyond his expectations. Bader was now a little uncomfortable. He thought that he had taken the trump card of the arcane church, but he could only look at it and could not use it. It was just a decoration. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that even if the arcane church took it back, Ethereal would not be able to decipher this thing. This should have been a headache for the arcane church, but now it was their turn to have a headache. They even offended the arcane church because of this and only took back something that no one could use. So what was the point of us taking this thing back? Being the Oriole behind the mantis seemed to be a huge loss. Bader was very annoyed. Black Star, this be asterisk starred. No, I'm the president. I can't use vulgarities. This Black Star is really despicable. No wonder Manison thought that I would send someone to meet Black Star. He also discovered the strangeness of this thing. Looks like I really need to find a chance to contact Black Star in private. Bader shook his head. He was not willing to guard the 10,000 deity scepter but not be able to use it. It just so happens that the descendants of the space-time freezer can be the emissary. Maybe they can find some clues and see if the universal treasure in Black Star's hands is really related to their ancestor, the space-time freezer. Vader thought to himself. On the other side, the Arcane Church had the same problem. After negotiations, the Red Empire had agreed to let the Arcane Church redeem one beyond Grade First. After paying a huge price, the Arcane Church got Dylan back from the Dynasty. Actually, they wanted to get Photon Sagman back, but the Dynasty did not agree. After all, according to normal logic, the first to be returned would be the weakest. However, the seal on Dylan's Spacetime Amber had not been unsealed. The Dynasty expressed that they would let the Arcane Church deal with it themselves. This was mainly to verify Han Zhao's words and see if the Spacetime Amber was as troublesome as he said. On the other hand, the Red Empire still did not know that the Radiant Federation had stolen the 10,000 deity scepter. Therefore, Uriel's idea was that if Dylan ran out alive one day, it would indirectly prove that the Arcane Church had unsealed the 10,000 deity scepter, so they would not be caught off guard one day. The Dynasty did not allow them to unseal the Spacetime Amber, using the excuse that Black Star was in seclusion and did not want to disturb him. What else could the Arcane Church do? They could only do it themselves and let the researchers try to unseal Dylan. The result was the same as the Radiant Federation. They could not do anything about the Spacetime Amber for the time being. The Arcane Church was also annoyed, but other than that, they were actually a little relieved. They were annoyed because the Dynasty had tricked them again, and they had to pay a higher price to ask the Red Empire to unseal the Spacetime Amber. They were relieved because the Radiant Federation was most likely in the same situation as them and could not do anything about the 10,000 deity scepter seal. Although their universal treasure had been taken away by the Radiant's Backstab King Federation, the silver lining was that the Radiant Federation could only look at it through a layer of protective film. They could not use it even if they wanted to. It was like their wife had fallen into the hands of a criminal, but the criminal was powerless to do anything about it. This was very comforting. If it weren't for the fact that they had a grudge against Black Star, the Arcane Church would almost praise him. Therefore, the Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church paid close attention to each other's research. They wanted to see what progress each other had made. It was like two desk mates stretching their necks to secretly peek at each other's answers during an exam. With the Arcane Church indirectly admitting defeat, the conflict between the two sides was no longer as intense. The soldiers exerting pressure at the border were also gradually withdrawn. The galactic organizations that were paying attention to this matter all heaved a sigh of relief. As the Overlord organizations, the conflict between these two organizations had not completely erupted. Only then would they have a good life. After a small fluctuation in the overall galactic situation of the explored universe, it gradually calmed down. The Radiant Federation and the Arcane Church temporarily ceased all activities. The supercluster civilizations that took advantage of the loopholes also kept a low profile. No one wanted to continue provoking the Red Empire at this time. They were all waiting for the storm to completely pass. The Black Star Corps fleet, carrying a large number of Black Star troopers, arrived at the star system where the Gulal civilization was located. The outpost planet of the Pioneer Party was in sight. Under the guidance of the ground personnel, the Black Star Corps fleet landed in batches. From the 1,000-meter-long black battleships, Army members swarmed out like a tide and gathered at every port. Other than the proper Army warriors, there were also millions of Army players participating. War employment was a huge collective event, and it was more interesting than exploring the flickering world. Thus, the majority of them accepted this Grade S mission and came to participate in the civil war of a star system civilization as mercenaries. Half a month ago, the Pioneer Party announced that they would be joining forces with the Black Star Corps. Just the news of the Black Star Corps joining and caused huge waves within the Gulal civilization. The Ancient Emperor Party and the Descendant Party were shocked, and the party fell into a short period of internal strife. A portion of the upper echelons either fled or joined the Pioneer Party. The remaining hardline members decided to strike first, and the two parties joined forces to attack the territory of the Pioneer Party from different directions. The three parties did not need to prepare in advance for a war because the long period of division had made the three parties constantly on alert. The three parties divided the territory of the Gulal civilization and formed three factions in this star system. They each had their own military fleets at the edge of their territory. After a long period of confrontation, the foreman would be able to start the war with just a shout. Thus, the Black Star Corps joined in at the exact moment when the three parties were fighting. After the officers of the Pioneer Party negotiated with the commander of the Black Star Corps fleet, the star map and mission list of the millions of Army players were updated. The Pioneer Party provided the military star map, marking the detailed distribution of the forces of the other two parties in the 9-star zones of the local star system. The majority of the Black Star Corps had returned to the flickering world to explore, and the rest still had to guard the various bases. Thus, they did not send many mercenaries, and they did not have an overwhelming advantage. Thus, this civil war would not end in a short period of time. The main goal was to wipe out the enemy and reclaim the enemy's colonial planets. Every colonial planet, resource planet, and military base that had yet to be reclaimed were all battlefield missions for the players to choose from. Thus, there were many opportunities for ground battles. After all, this was a civil war, and they would not choose to bombard the colonial planets. This gave the players a chance to use their skills. With over 1 million Grade B players, their specialty was ground battles. After reading the mission introduction, the players were all excited. They had experienced many things so far and instantly knew that this was the most comfortable type of mission. Fighting with spaceships was very troublesome, and the players liked to fight monsters on the ground the most. In this battlefield employment, their role was clearly to clear the ground troops. There was no need to think about anything else. They just had to enjoy the battle to their heart's content. The size and level of the enemies on every colonial planet were clearly indicated, and the players could choose according to their discretion. The level of the enemies was also very clear. With the current strength of the players, the enemies could be roughly divided into unparalleled ordinary soldiers, Grade C high-level monsters, Grade B elite monsters, Grade B mini-bosses, and some famous Calamity grade bosses. The players were very satisfied with this mission. They were important participants in the war this time, and they could fight to their heart's content. Finally, they were not watching a cutscene. Chapter 873. 1 month later, the Pioneer Party held back the attacks of the Ancient Emperor Party and the Descendant Party while using the Black Star Corps to launch a counterattack. The fleets of the three parties invaded the other party's territory through the gaps in the defense line, and the direction of the attacks of the fleets appeared on the tactical star map. At this moment, a colonial planet outside of the Ancient Emperor Party was being attacked by the Pioneer Party. The Pioneer Party and the Black Star Corps fleets were engaged in an intense battle with the planet's defense fleet. At the same time, they launched airstrikes toward the various cities on the ground, accurately bombarding the protective shield of the cities with the intention of blasting open a gap to release airdrop pods. The pale yellow, semicircular light curtain was like an upside-down bowl, covering the entire capital city of the colonial planet and withstanding the continuous bombardment from the sky. Blue-black energy blooms exploded on the light curtain of the light curtain, and the scurrying electric arcs flowed on the surface of the light curtain endlessly. The durability of the light curtain decreased rapidly, and the city's light curtain flickered unstably. Considering the various factors of the Civil War, the local army forcefully closed the underground shelters and did not allow the citizens to enter. Countless citizens could only hide in their houses and tremble in fear. The ground troops of the city gathered and looked up at the sky. The dazzling light of the explosions filled their vision, and the deafening sound of the explosions was like a hammer smashing into their hearts. Everyone's eyes were filled with despair like that of a trapped beast. Kacha, the large protective shield of the city, finally could not withstand the attacks, and cracks spread out in front of everyone's eyes. Following which, The entire protective shield was like an eggshell that had been smashed, with holes appearing one after another. The entire shield rapidly collapsed. In the next moment, countless small black dots appeared in the sky, falling rapidly with tails of flames behind them. They were like countless meteorites, smashing toward the capital. The anti-air cannons of the city immediately opened fire, and a light bullet shot toward the airdrop pods, exploding in midair. A portion of the airdrop pod's protective shield was destroyed and exploded into pieces. However, even more airdrop pods smashed into different parts of the city, causing smoke and dust to fly everywhere. Looking down from the sky, the black mass of army players swarmed out of the airdrop pods and bloomed in the city. This batch of players numbered in the thousands, and they formed small teams and quickly moved out. All of them were equipped with detectors that covered the entire area and marked all threatening targets that carried weapons. This was to distinguish between the enemy and the civilians. The army players who had ascended were very familiar with this task and cleaned up the enemy's ground forces. Battles quickly broke out in various locations of the city. The players exchanged fire with the ground troops. Although they were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, these players were basically all grade B, and most of the enemies were ordinary soldiers who relied on armor to have a certain level of combat power. B-class was the backbone of the interstellar galaxy. Each of them had the combat strength of an army. Smashing a building was a piece of cake for them. The players weren't like normal B-class characters. They weren't worried about being focused on and fought without any reservations. The guards on the ground were horrified to discover that these interstellar mercenaries were charging forward while carrying the cannons. They were not afraid of death and could quickly cut into their positions, activating their unparalleled mode. As long as a battle broke out, the players would be able to quickly defeat the enemy and slaughter batch after batch of ground troops. Wherever they passed, there would be no survivors. On the tactical view, the small black dots that represented the airdrop squads were moving rapidly in the city map. The red dots that represented the enemy spread all over the city were quickly eliminated and became sparser and sparser. At the center of the city, the government building had already been invaded by the 7 teams of players. In a certain room, a grade B warrior of the ancient Emperor party knelt on the ground with his eyes wide open. He stared at the actions of the person in front of him. The person in front of him pulled out the thin blade that had pierced through his throat, causing blood to splatter onto the wall. His life force flowed out of his body, and he collapsed onto the ground. Fresh blood flowed out, forming a pool of blood. This fellow's level is pretty high. I only have 37% of my health left. Mad Blade held onto the thin sword with one hand and shook off the blood on it. His mechanical force activated a mechanism, causing the blade to retract back into the handle. He then stuffed the handle into the long gap on the arm of the armor. With a click, the magnetic link sucked the handle in and tightly fitted it. The silver-black armor that he was currently wearing was a mechanical pugilist equipment, and there were folded mechanical weapons hidden all over it. The corpses of the guards were strewn all over the room, and the members of the Rivervale Guild and team were all by the side. They had just dealt with the enemies in the room and were using the automatic repair tools to restore the durability of their armor. At the same time, they were also looting the corpses on the ground. Intense gunfire could be heard coming from the direction of the door. This grade B general that had been killed seemed to be rather important and had attracted a large number of enemy troops. Maple Moon was guarding the door and had used compressed orbs to set up a large number of destructive mechanical traps and electromagnetic cannons. With a grade B mechanic guarding the door, ordinary troops could not break through at all. They were suppressed to the corner of the corridor, and after a few charges, they only left behind a floor of corpses. Maple Moon usually liked to play with the Rivervale Guild, and Madblade was also willing to bring along reliable mechanics. The two of them had always had a good relationship. Ever since the mechanics came into contact with the compressed orb technology in version 3.0, they instantly became the most popular choice to form a team. Mechanics no longer needed to slowly set up their machines, and the speed at which they set up their machines increased greatly. Now, Regardless of whether it was dungeons or doing combat missions, every team had to have a mechanic to deal with all kinds of situations. Of course, every mechanic had different equipment, and they were able to adapt to different situations. I wonder how many more Grade B enemies there are in this city. The vice captain of the team, Evil Sword, injected himself with cell activation catalyst to recover his health and chatted casually. Mad Blade looked at the real-time battlefield map and said, "There shouldn't be many left. The defenders of this city have almost all been killed by the others. Hao Tian and the rest are downstairs. They have already killed 4 Grade B monsters. Our luck is really good. Including this one, we have only killed 2 so far." Evil Sword had an envious look on his face. Grade B were elites, and they would give quite a bit of experience. Furthermore, Grade B elites all had names, and every one of them had additional missions to kill. Apart from experience, they could also receive additional rewards from the Pioneer Party. In the past month, the players have been obsessed with dealing with Grade B enemies. To the current first-tier players, an ordinary player might not be a match for a Grade B elite, but a 5-man team will be able to defeat a Grade B elite. Even if a small boss Grade B enemy was more difficult to deal with, most of them were still within the range of being defeated. In the past, Grade B enemies were experts in the eyes of the players, but to the current players, killing Grade Bs had already become a common occurrence. A star system civilization would only have a dozen or so Calamity Grade supers, and they could only be encountered during crucial battles. Thus, in the other colonial planets, thousands of Grade B players were basically unstoppable. Not long after, the defenders of this city were completely wiped out. The players returned to the airdrop cabins and were brought away by the tractor beam of a spaceship. They were then airdropped to another city and entered a new round of battle. Reports from the front lines. Another 3 colonial planets have been taken down by the Black Star Corps. On the Ancient Emperor Party's executive planet, the haggard upper echelons were gathered together and staring at the strategic star map with a frown. The Black Star Corps' immortals are too terrifying. There's simply no way to deal with them, an officer said with a depressed expression. An officer said in frustration, "So far, 21 colonial planets have been taken away by them. If the enemy was only a fleet, they would not have a headache." However, against these immortals, the Ancient Emperor Party was completely helpless. Millions of Grade B Black Star troopers were probably more than the number of Grade B troopers in their entire civilization. The worst part was that these people were immortals, and their casualties were practically zero. The upper echelons of the Ancient Emperor Party could only watch as the players who could revive took down colonial planets one after another. The immortals of the Black Star Corps were extremely famous in the Shattered Star Ring. This time, they had personally experienced it, and everyone present felt despair. Such an enemy was simply too terrifying. No matter who had such a terrifying trump card, they would definitely have a place in the universe. With the interference of the Black Star Corps, the Ancient Emperor Party did not have much hope. If they continued fighting like this, the Pioneer Party would probably obtain victory in about a year. However, it was impossible for them to surrender. No one was willing to give up on a star system civilization. At the very least, they could still hold on for a year. While the upper echelons of the Ancient Emperor Party were resisting, they were also secretly looking for reinforcements. Cecilin, that be asterisk starred, actually joined the Pioneer Party and took away his subordinates. Who would have thought that he would actually become a traitor? The leader of the Ancient Emperor Party gritted his teeth. "We're the ruling party that is working together with the Black Star Corps. How could the Black Star Corps help the Pioneer Party for no reason? This must be Cecilin's doing. There's no other explanation." When Cecilin was mentioned, everyone's face was filled with hatred. If not for him betraying them, they would not have fallen into such a desperate situation. That traitor, I've never mistreated him. I've given him power, I've given him wealth, I've given him everything I could. What's he dissatisfied about? Why did he betray me? The leader of the Ancient Emperor Party slammed the table in anger. He actually dares to say that we have different ideals? What a joke. Look at what he has done. In order to carry out his ideals, he did not hesitate to let so many of his comrades die. Does he think that he is a great person? We have been ruling well, but because of him, this civilization is about to lose its most orthodox ruler. He deserves to die. Hearing this, the upper echelons looked to the side. None of them agreed, and their expressions were that of speechlessness. Their hearts were filled with confidence. Others had the qualifications to say such things, but they did not. After all, they had done a lot of dirty work over the years. How could they not be clear about the nature of the ancient emperor party? In their view, the leader was so angry that he was venting his anger that he started spouting nonsense. However, right at this moment, the ancient emperor party leader's cursing came to an abrupt stop. His furious expression froze for a moment before he calmed down. He slowly stood up and spoke with a tone that was completely different from the one before him. It seems that everyone is vexed. Perhaps I can help everyone. The upper echelons were stunned, and their expressions changed drastically as they stood up. This phenomenon was the leader being controlled by someone. The leader of a star system civilization would receive the support of calamity-grade spells and psychic energy in order to prevent others from controlling their mind. At the very least, a calamity grade would not be able to control the consciousness of a star system civilization leader in front of everyone. Who did it? Could it be a beyond grade A? Who are you? An officer's face was filled with wariness as he secretly sent a message to his adjutant, ordering all the calamity grade supers to rush over. There is no need to be nervous. I have no ill intentions toward you. As for my identity, I do not intend to tell you. The leader of the ancient emperor party was expressionless as he slowly said, "All you need to know is that I will provide you with military force and resources to help you deal with the Black Star Corps." The upper echelons were skeptical, and they looked at each other. Regardless of whether it was true or not, they would still pretend to be polite. At the same time, they were worried that they or their comrades would be controlled. This mysterious person clearly had such an ability. "What do you want?" "Don't worry, I don't want anything." "Then why are you helping us?" "I don't care about your Gilal civilization. I'm only interested in the undying of the Black Star Corps. The longer you guys persist, the longer I will be able to observe you." The leader of the ancient emperor party narrowed his eyes and said, "My suggestion will only benefit you guys. Do you accept it?" Everyone looked at each other before nodding with hesitation. "Very good. I will get someone to contact you guys as soon as possible. By the way, I'll give you guys a suggestion. You guys could try to hire the undying of the Black Star Corps." Everyone was stunned. "The Black Star Corps is our enemy, and you want us to seek help from him? What is the meaning of this?" "That group of heavens, that group of undying has a unique way of doing things, and some of their actions cannot be judged by logic. If we don't try, how will we know if it will work?" The leader of the ancient emperor party said with a playful tone. The moment he said that, the leader of the ancient emperor party suddenly shivered, and his eyes became blank. He then suddenly reacted and hurriedly touched his body. "The person controlling me has left?" Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly went up to support the leader. "Do you still remember what you said when you were being controlled?" "I remember everything. At that time, I was unable to control my body, but my senses were still present." Right at this moment, the calamity grade super who had stayed behind to guard the ancient emperor party arrived. After hearing what had happened, he inspected the leader of the ancient emperor party with a solemn expression. "How is it?" The leader of the ancient emperor party asked. "Your mental defense enchantments have all been broken, and it was done in an instant. Those enchantments are enough to withstand the continuous invasion of a calamity grade super for more than 10 minutes. The person controlling you is definitely a beyond grade A super." The leader of the ancient emperor party's expression changed slightly. The term beyond grade was extremely important to a star system civilization. Of the 5 beyond grade, as in the Shattered Star Ring, only Cisco and Austin had the ability to invade their minds. Perhaps it was not those two, but another beyond grade A from another star field? Thinking about the words of the mysterious person, everyone had a strange expression. They had never expected that they would receive help in such a manner. However, regardless of the situation, there was still a chance. Although they did not know who this person was, since he was also a beyond grade A, he should not be afraid of the Black Star Corps. Right? He even told us to seek help from the enemy. Isn't that a joke? Don't tell me the Black Star Corps will turn around and help us? Everyone was confused by this suggestion. It was clearly a futile action, and they did not know the meaning behind it. Since we have no way out, let's give it a try. The leader of the ancient Emperor party nodded. Chapter 874. The ruling planet of the Pioneer Party was located in the third star zone that they controlled, and the upper echelons of the party were paying attention to the development of the battle. In the conference room, the upper echelons of the Pioneer Party were gathered, and the atmosphere was completely different from the gloomy atmosphere of the Ancient Emperor Party. Everyone's faces were filled with joy, and the leader of the Pioneer Party was in high spirits. The army had gained the upper hand in the battle, and there was no way they could not be happy. The Ancient Emperor Party and the Descendant Party have been forced to retreat, and the people are looking forward to us overthrowing their rule. The current situation is extremely advantageous for us, the strategist said. The leader of the Pioneer Party had a smile on his face, but he said, "At such a time, we have to be more careful and prevent the enemy from retaliating." The situation was great, but he knew that it was impossible for the Ancient Emperor Party to surrender. The side that had lost the military would definitely be exterminated, and the Ancient Emperor Party would not allow themselves to be slaughtered. Just as everyone was discussing the situation, the internal communication device suddenly rang. It was a communication request from an intelligence officer. The figure of the intelligence officer appeared on the virtual screen with a weird expression. "Your Excellency, the Ancient Emperor Party has made a public announcement. Send it over immediately." The Pioneer Party leader's brows twitched. Very quickly, the intelligence officer displayed the Ancient Emperor Party's announcement on the screen, and the upper echelons of the Pioneer Party read it carefully. In the first half of the announcement, the Ancient Emperor Party claimed to be the rightful ruler of the Gyulul civilization and used fierce words to reprimand the Pioneer Party for seizing power. They labeled them as traitors and called them traitors of the civilization. They also called on the citizens to oppose the Pioneer Party and openly recruited helpers from the galaxy. This part of the content was just a standard way to protect their rightful position and suppress their opponents. This method had been used for many years, and a portion of the citizens were not fools. The upper echelons of the Pioneer Party were also used to it and did not pay much attention to it. Now that they had control of the gun, they would be able to control the pen after winning. Thus, calling them traitors was useless. As for the Ancient Emperor Party's request for reinforcements, they felt that it was a futile effort. This was only a civil war, and it did not go against the peace treaty. With the Black Star Corps on their side, who in the Shattered Star Ring would go against the Black Star Corps for a civil war. Mercenary groups of a certain scale would not help, and the other civilizations would only watch from the sidelines. Even the Bloodshed Land did not want to go against an ally for such a small matter. Thus, the Ancient Emperor Party was isolated without any help. This was the use of the Black Star Corps. Their powerful organization and the huge influence of the complicated web of benefits would cause the enemy to lack support. The Pioneer Party leader patiently read to the end, but was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, is the Ancient Emperor Party seeking help from the Black Star Corps? The Pioneer Party leader rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. At the end of the announcement, the Ancient Emperor Party actually wanted to hire the Black Star Corps to betray them. Even now, they were still trying to convince the Black Star Corps to help them. The upper echelons of the Pioneer Party looked at each other and could not understand what was going on. What was the logic behind requesting help from the enemy? All right, the Black Star Corps might be external aid, but how could they suddenly break the contract? Wouldn't that be destroying their reputation? Furthermore, the Black Star Corps was a beyond grade A organization. Since they had already decided to help the Pioneer Party, how could they change their mind? Wouldn't that be slapping themselves in the face? Even if you want to rope in the Black Star Army, you should at least do it in private. Black Star is a big shot with a reputation, so how can he agree to betray us in public? If he betrayed us, it would be impossible for him to betray us for the sake of money. Even if one used their flagella to think, they would know that this was impossible. If the goal was to sow discord, then this method was too clumsy. It seems like the Ancient Emperor Party has finally gone crazy. The Pioneer Party leader's mouth twitched. This is probably the funniest joke I have ever heard. Ha ha ha. Everyone could not help but laugh, and the room was filled with joy. Thanks to the development of the galactic media, the Ancient Emperor Party's announcement spread throughout the Gyul civilization. Not only the Pioneer Party, but even the Descendant Party was filled with question marks. Is this teammate of mine an idiot? The soldiers of the Ancient Emperor Party felt extremely embarrassed. They were fighting with their lives on the line, but their superiors had actually requested help from the enemy. Many of them could feel the pessimism of the upper echelons of the Ancient Emperor Party, and their morale fell. On the side of the Black Star Corps, many of them felt that this was ridiculous. At the same time, they found it funny. We are in the middle of a war, so can you please be more serious? Don't make fun of us. Just when the others were mocking the Ancient Emperor Party, the millions of army players received a different message. The Ancient Emperor Party's request for help had actually generated a mission on their interface. It was the same mission that Han Xiao had triggered in the past. This time, it was an S-rank mission to help the Ancient Emperor Party. This change gave the players a shock. So, this is a faction mission. It should be an S-rank mission that can be triggered by helping any party. However, since the army is helping the Pioneer Party, we will also be helping the Pioneer Party by default. Whoa! Doesn't this mean that we can support the party we want? If we succeed, we will be able to change the structure of an entire star system civilization. I seem to have found a way to get rich. What if we convince the NPCs to form a party and support them? Wouldn't that be more fun? The appearance of this mission aroused the interest of many army players, and they began to discuss it enthusiastically on the forums. However, the impact of this new mission was only so, and none of the army players really accepted it. The players were not stupid. If they wanted to complete this mission, they would have to go against the army, which was no different from leaving the faction. After fighting in the army for 2 to 3 versions, they had accumulated so many faction relationships and contribution points. How could they give up so easily? The Black Star Corps had such great growth potential, and betraying the army for a star system civilization civil war was not worth the loss. Furthermore, based on the current situation, the chances of the Ancient Emperor Party winning were too slim, and the failure rate of the mission was 99.9%. They might as well wait for the Pioneer Party's mission. After all, it was also S rank. Furthermore, after a month of employment, they had already understood the style of the 3 parties. The Ancient Emperor Party was not anything good and was even worse than the Pioneer Party. There was no point in helping them. With Summer Night Flower setting an example, there were fewer and fewer gamblers in the Shattered Star Ring. Thus, the players were only interested in the details of the Ancient Emperor Party's mission and were not interested in the mission itself. No one wanted to do it. Black Star Corps Headquarters, Army Commander's Workshop. Large automated production lines operated day and night, producing all sorts of mechanical soldiers and equipment. Mechanical force flowed through them, increasing the quality and efficiency of the products. In another area, all the freshly produced mechanical soldiers and equipment were sent over by the assembly line. Countless mechanical arms wrapped in mechanical force were modifying these products, sharing Han Zhao's enhancement skills. When modifying his own combat machines, he naturally would not be like the players, who would split the enhancement effects into multiple batches to sell for money. Instead, he would enhance them all at once. After the modifications, the quality of the products would increase and the effects would be outstanding. Even the cannon fodder robots were upgraded to orange grade. At Han Zhao's level, these ordinary mechanical soldiers were only one of the tens of millions of cannon fodder. However, to the players, every single one of them was a top-notch mechanical soldier that could not be bought even if they wanted to. Han Xiao stood in front of a control panel and personally assembled a new mechanical body. He hummed a tune and was in a good mood. The smell of metal permeated the surroundings, and rumbling noises reverberated in his ears. Han Xiao was already used to the atmosphere of the workshop, and creating machines was a form of enjoyment. As his mechanical abilities continued to increase, Han technicians' love for mechanical engineering grew deeper and deeper, and the changes in his abilities could also change his interests. For example, poor students would have to rack their brains to solve problems, which was a form of torture. As for straight-A students, master them. I've discovered an interesting piece of news. Shall I read it to you? Philip projected a cartoon version of himself onto the control panel. It was only the size of a palm, and he sat on the edge of the control panel, swinging his legs, looking up at Han Xiao with his cute eyes, and speaking in a childish voice. Read it. Han Xiao did not look away and focused on hammering on the metal plate. It's news about the Gilul civilization. The Ancient Emperor Party has publicly expressed that they hope that we will help them. Master, what do you think they're thinking? There's such a thing? Do they think that I'm as unprincipled as a yes god? Han Xiao was amused. Philip was shocked, and his eyes widened. Isn't Master the same, You also know how to joke. Han Xiao's eyelids twitched, and he chuckled. Deciding to change the topic, he nodded and said, while the Ancient Emperor Party's actions are unreasonable, it's understandable. If not for that traitor Cecilin, I wouldn't have any interactions with the Pioneer Party. Right at this moment, Han Xiao's movements paused, and he suddenly recalled the series of missions given by the Ancient Emperor Party. He stopped what he was doing and opened the forums to take a look. His brows raised slightly. The players were indeed discussing this matter on the forums, and many of them had posted screenshots of the Ancient Emperor Party's S-rank missions. If he had not guessed wrongly, the Ancient Emperor Party's request for help had triggered the missions that he had seen before. Han Xiao frowned and stroked his chin out of habit. This matter seemed like the Ancient Emperor Party had lost their wits, but he felt that there was something strange about it. This illogical request for help. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. Is it targeted at the players? It was not that he was paranoid, but there was indeed a coincidence. The actions of the Ancient Emperor Party were too sudden, and what others saw as a joke was not a joke to the players, but a trigger for a mission. Was it due to luck? Was it done on purpose? Han Xiao was a little hesitant. There were too few clues, and he could not be sure of his intuition. However, for the sake of caution, he would always consider the worst-case scenario. There was a reason for him to think this way. In his previous life, there had been a similar period. Under the scale of a universe, the players were insignificant existences. However, as the players continued to move around in the universe, the number of powerful galactic organizations paying attention to the players also increased. They slowly studied the habits, characteristics, and patterns of these immortals, just like the Germinal organization back then. Even in the current version, there were many galactic organizations paying attention to the players. He had been operating in the Shattered Star Ring for many years, and his strength was high. No one dared to snatch his trump card team, but the situation of the players in the other star fields was different. It was not rare for them to attract the attention of some large organizations. Of course, he was not the only one who was interested in recruiting the players. Han Xiao was not too worried about this. The energy that the players had invested in the army over the past 3 versions was a sunk cost, and it would not be so easy for the leaks to be snatched away. Furthermore, ordinary NPCs would at most treat the players as a special force. The others did not have an interface and would not be able to obtain a large amount of experience from the players. However, if there were really people who stole the leaks, it would be an infuriating matter. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. I originally planned to give the Gilul civilization a mission, but it seems like I'll have to observe the situation. Don't tell me that someone has set their eyes on the players. A mysterious fleet entered the border of the Gilul civilization. This was the territory of the Ancient Emperor Party, and the troops of the Ancient Emperor Party were already waiting there to receive the reinforcements. In the flagship, the Ancient Emperor Party leader looked at the star map and heaved a sigh of relief. They're finally here. That mysterious beyond grade A had promised to provide reinforcements, and this fleet was the first batch of reinforcements. The Ancient Emperor Party leader originally wanted to guess the identity of the beyond grade A through the background of the reinforcements, but when he saw the insignia of this fleet, he could not help but reveal a look of surprise. This was a large armed organization in the Shattered Star Ring that was active in this star cluster. This organization was controlled by 4 Calamity-grade supers, and one of them was even a Beyond grade A seed many years ago. Thus, this organization was not small, and many people thought that they did not have a backer. However, from the looks of it, the backer of this low-profile armed organization was an unknown Beyond grade A. Just which Beyond grade? It was this mysterious Beyond grade A. Could it be that he had more than one subordinate organization in the Shattered Star Ring? The ancient Emperor Party leader suppressed the shock in his heart and ordered his troops to meet the other party. With the reinforcements of this armed force, their situation would be much better. The flagship of both parties met, and the projection of the ancient Emperor Party leader saw the 4 Calamity-grade supers of this armed organization. I am the leader of the Gilil civilization. Thank you. The Beyond grade A seed interrupted the ancient Emperor Party leader and calmly said, "We will help you suppress the traitors. There is no need to thank us. We are only following orders." The expression of the ancient Emperor Party leader changed slightly, and after thinking for a while, he probed, "May I know who your orders are?" At this moment, one of the members beside him was possessed by the mysterious person and said, "Don't ask for my name. There will be no next time, or the agreement will be voided." The leader of the ancient Emperor Party was startled, but he could only nod and promise. After thinking for a while, he said, "We followed your suggestion, but there was no response from the Black Star Corps." "Is that so?" The mysterious person was not surprised. Failure is inevitable, and the pattern I concluded will not be effective every time. Thus, more observation and experimentation are required. However, the mysterious person fell into deep thought. It seems like Black Star is not just lucky. Like me, he also grasped some patterns. Chapter 875. As the ancient Emperor Party received reinforcements, the advancement of the Pioneer Party was met with some resistance. This armed organization, led by a Beyond grade A seed in the Shattered Star Ring, actually intervened in the Civil War and helped the ancient Emperor Party. Due to the suddenness of this matter, all the organizations paying attention to the Civil War were surprised. Going against the Black Star Corps in the Shattered Star Ring, although the Black Star Corps was not an overlord, their actions were still shocking. This was a direct confrontation with the Black Star Corps. The Black Star Corps had countless experts, so where did 4 Calamity-grade supers get the confidence to interfere with the Black Star Corps' war employment? Even if one of them was a Beyond grade A seed, it would not be enough in front of the Black Star Corps. Han Shao, who was smithing in the headquarters, received news from Philip. He originally had doubts about his guess, but this matter had confirmed his suspicions. Not only that, when he saw this armed organization, he also found out the identity of the mastermind. So, it's them. Han Shao was enlightened. The Beyond grade A seed of this armed organization was called Luther, and he had always been a free super active in the Shattered Star Ring. However, Luther's true identity was actually an elite member of a super financial group that spanned across star fields, Limitless. The harmonious galactic society brought about endless business opportunities and gave birth to a large number of financial groups. The Limitless Financial Group was an exception because the current head of the financial group was a Beyond grade A. Not every Beyond grade A was passionate about forming an armed organization, and there were differences in their management capabilities. The current head of the Limitless Financial Group was a Beyond grade A who loved money and was good at making money. His name was Sorokin, and his position in the universe was rather special. Sorokin had inherited the position of the financial group's leader and developed the Limitless Financial Group to its current scale. This super financial group was now one of the best in the business world. They were in the military, people's livelihood, technology, trade, intelligence, service, manufacturing, and so on. They were involved in almost every industry and had many brands under them. Their business scope covered many star fields, and they were deeply involved in the lives of galactic residents. They were a mega corporation that everyone knew. This behemoth-level financial group also had business dealings with the 3 universal civilizations. The Limitless Financial Group belonged to the neutral faction and had long been listed in the entire universe. Its scale of assets was extremely terrifying, and its symbol was the symbol of the Mobius ring. On the other hand, the armed forces of the Limitless Financial Group were not to be underestimated. With its enormous financial resources, the Limitless Financial Group had subsidiary forces in various star fields, which were equivalent to the military forces of the financial group. The organization led by Luther was such an existence. Furthermore, due to the faction nature of the commercial organization, Sorokin was not the only beyond grade A combatant in the Limitless Financial Group. Sorokin roped in beyond grade A allies by sharing shares, allowing some of the famous beyond grade, as in the universe, to become long-term shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group, including a few of the ancient ones. Through regular dividends, these beyond grade A organizations received various resources, forces, and other support. With money opening the way, the Limitless Financial Group's network of interests and connections across the universe was as unfathomable as the ocean. In comparison, although the Black Star Corps was also a beyond grade A organization, they had only developed for a short period of time, and their current scale was far from the other parties. Luther had only revealed his identity in the later versions, and currently, no one in the Shattered Star Ring knew that Luther was a member of the Limitless Financial Group. However, Han Xiao was different. He knew Luther's background very well, so he immediately understood who was meddling in the affairs of the Gyul civilization. This could be considered his unique advantage. In front of him, many secrets were no longer secrets. The Limitless Financial Group's interest in the player phenomenon can be explained, Han Xiao thought. In his previous life, the Limitless Financial Group was a large faction that players could join, and its headquarters was in the Sea of Star Spirits. Many Sea of Star Spirits players joined the financial group in the middle stages of the game. Not only were they rich in resources and benefits, but they also had an internal promotion system and regular official salaries. Even now, a considerable portion of the Sea of Star Spirits players have been recruited by the Limitless Financial Group. On the Sea of Star Spirits board, the Limitless Financial Group was quite popular. Han Xiao guessed that the other party's motive was most likely to come over to peep at his vegetable garden. They probably felt that my undying army was very similar to the players they recruited, so they sent someone to test me. The Limitless Financial Group might have discovered some of the behavior of the players. For example, as long as they made a request to the players, even if it was unreasonable, the players might still do it. That's why they got the Ancient Emperor party to ask for help from the army to test the reaction of the players. Han Zhao's guess was not far from the truth. If I remember correctly, the Limitless Financial Group is also an active organization in the flickering world. Han Zhao's eyes flickered. The various star fields had different large organizations that would gather in the flickering world in version 4.0. They were all competitors, and a large corporation like the Limitless Financial Group was one of them. It seemed like he would have to deal with them in the future. Han Xiao pondered for a while before calling the Black Star Guards into the room. Very soon, Hela led the team into the workshop. I have a mission for you guys. Han Xiao waved his hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of everyone, displaying the information of Luther and the others. This armed organization is involved in the civil war of the Gyul civilization and is supporting the Ancient Emperor party. The enemy has 4 more Calamity-grade supers, so I need you guys to reinforce the front lines and try to get rid of these 4 fellows. By the way, this Luther is a beyond grade A seed. Hela, Hardaway, be careful. Got it. Hela nodded. I know Luther. Hardaway crossed his arms, tilted his head, and said, I sparred with him a long time ago. He's a very powerful pugilist. Strange. I remember that he's very low profile. Why would he suddenly go against the army? Who knows? Han Xiao raised his brows. He did not intend to tell anyone that he knew about the other party's background. The Limitless Financial Group probably thought that they were probing in the dark, so he would let them continue to think that way. All right. Hardaway did not say anything. He had a friendship with Luther in the past, but since Luther had chosen to help the opposing faction, he would not go easy on him. The group of Black Star Guards left the room, and Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He opened the secondary dimension gate and called out the apostle weapons. Lord, Psionic Prime half-squatted, and his head was at the same height as Han Zhao's. Han Zhao slowly said, "Bring a batch of mechanical troops to the Gyul civilization. If Hela and the others do not succeed, find a chance to get rid of Luther and the other 3 Calamity-grade supers. Philip will send you the information of the enemy." He could not do anything to the limitless financial group, and they were not enemies. However, eliminating Luther and the others was not a problem. This was in line with the position of the Black Star Corps. These people were hired by the other side, so they naturally could not avoid killing the members of the Black Star Corps. This would indirectly increase the casualties of the Black Star Corps. Since the limitless financial group was coveting his immortal troops, trying to probe him, and even sending their subordinate organizations to kill his troops, Han Zhao might as well use this opportunity to get rid of the lackeys sent by the financial group and pretend that he did not know the other party's true goal. This would also serve as a warning to prevent the limitless financial group from becoming even more aggressive. Boom! The spaceship crashed onto the surface of a desolate planet, plowing up a large amount of soil as it rolled, leaving behind a deep ravine. When the spaceship stopped rolling, Luther crawled out from the wreckage. Figures descended from the sky, one after another. They were the Black Star Guards, led by Hela. Every one of them had some minor injuries, and they coldly stared at Luther. Luther's injuries were even more severe. His hand was covering his bloody chest, and one could vaguely see his beating heart through his pale ribs. He used his energy to increase the activity of his cells, causing his wounds to grow flesh and slowly recover. However, it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Black Star really thinks highly of me, actually sending the famous Black Star Guards to deal with me. Cough, cough. Even if I die in battle, it will be my honor. Luther's face was pale, but there was no despair on his face. Instead, he seemed to be rather carefree, as if he did not care about life and death. The two sides had met on the battlefield, and Hela and the rest had persevered in their pursuit. They had already killed 3 of his companions, and he was the only one left. Hardaway shook his head. "I don't understand. Why did you accept the employment of the ancient Emperor Party? If it's to earn money, why did you have to go against the Black Star Corps? Since you killed the people of the Corps, His Excellency Black Star will definitely send experts to deal with you. You should know that. I don't have the habit of explaining myself to others." Luther took a deep breath and gathered his energy, preparing to fight to the death. Hardaway hesitated for a moment before persuading, "Just surrender. His Excellency Black Star is actually very easygoing, and he values talents. You're a beyond grade A seed, and if you're willing to join the Corps, His Excellency Black Star will not make things difficult for you." "Huh, I'm not interested. You can either kill me or be killed by me. I'm not prepared to choose the third option. Is there a need for that?" Hardaway frowned. "There's no deep hatred between us. It wasn't easy for you to become a beyond grade A seed, so why must you send yourself to death?" Bang! Luther's reply was to stomp on the ground, causing the ground to crack. He instantly charged in front of Hardaway and punched out like a cannonball. Hadavi maintained his hardening Esper ability and took the blow head-on. The fiery fist that passed through his body tore apart the ground behind him, forming a huge rift valley. A yellowish-brown mountain further away collapsed into rubble and fell into the deep valley. The numerous Black Star Guards attacked with all their might, and the battle lasted for a long time. The terrain within a radius of thousands of miles was completely changed, and the valley was filled with holes. Although Luther was a beyond grade A seed, he could not withstand this kind of attack. In the end, he was completely drained, and his mind was crushed by Hela. His strong body lost its soul, and he fell to the ground with a thud. A cloud of dust flew up, and the gravel stuck to his widened eyes. Hela remained expressionless, and with a wave of her hand, wisps of gray mist flew out from Luther's body, which was absorbed and transformed into nourishment for her power of the dead Esper ability. On the other hand, Hadavi was sighing at the side, such a good man, what a pity. The Black Star Guards cleaned up the battlefield and left the desolate planet in a spaceship. Not long after they left, Psionic Prime appeared in outer space with a team of long-range soldiers. The Black Star Guards have already killed the target. There's no need for us to act. Psionic Prime, who had been observing the battlefield from the side, nodded and returned with the long-range soldiers. Luther is dead? In the conference room, the upper echelons of the Ancient Emperor Party were stunned. Although they knew that the reinforcements were not a match for the Black Star Corps, he was still a beyond grade A seed. To think that he would be killed so quickly. At this moment, one of the upper echelons trembled. He had been possessed by a mysterious person. In truth, this mysterious person was the leader of the limitless financial group, Sorokin. He was busy every day, but he had the ability to multitask. At this moment, only a portion of his consciousness was possessed. Sorokin controlled the possessed person to ponder for a moment before saying, "Everyone, it seems like our cooperation will have to end." The leader of the Ancient Emperor Party was shocked. The reaction of the Black Star Corps is more intense than I expected. My original intention was to probe and observe, but the price has exceeded my expectations. If we continue to cooperate, the cost will be too high, and this investment is not worth it, Sorokin said calmly. A beyond grade A seed was extremely rare, and Luther's death made Sorokin's heart ache. Sorokin did not know that Black Star already knew about his background. According to his original calculations, the Black Star Corps would not be so forceful. However, he did not expect that Han Shao would actually send out all of his Black Star Guards. As such, Sorokin did not dare to take action. Although he was strong, he could not come over personally to pick a fight with Black Star over such a small matter. He was also not willing to sacrifice more of his subordinate organizations for an experiment. Han Zhao's forcefulness made him give up on the idea of probing the immortal troops for the time being. He had originally prepared a follow-up plan to test the reaction of the immortal troops, but he could only put it aside now. However, he was not someone who liked to be taken advantage of. Although Black Star had killed his men without him knowing, he was not prepared to let this matter rest. Of course, Sorokin did not plan to retaliate with force. The Arcane Church had already suffered a loss, and he did not think that the high-level combatants he could mobilize would be stronger than the Arcane Church. His past experience had shown that Black Star was an ambitious person. Sorokin believed that as long as Black Star slowly expanded, there would be a day when he would meet the limitless financial group, and that day would not be too far away. He was currently trying to establish a relationship with the dynasty, hoping to obtain the ticket to the flickering world as soon as possible. His progress was rather smooth. Without waiting for anyone to speak, Sorokin's consciousness left. The Ancient Emperor Party's leader had a gloomy expression. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. Han Shao had been staying in the headquarters building machinery, while paying attention to the changes in the Gyul civilization. Ever since Luther's death, the Limitless Financial Group seemed to have ceased all activities. Han Shao thought about it carefully. The Limitless Financial Group was hiding their identity so that they would not be recognized by him. After all, the financial group was a neutral organization and not a private army. As long as the cost was enough to make the other party feel the pinch, they would stop. Without any support, the Ancient Emperor Party had fallen from heaven back to hell. The Civil War had returned to the control of the Pioneer Party and the Black Star Corps. Seeing that the Limitless Financial Group had given up on probing him, Han Shao also retracted his gaze. This was only a small interlude in the process of making use of the players. As the players grew stronger, there would definitely be people spying on them. The experience provided by the players was the foundation for his rapid growth, and there was no room for negotiation. If he did not act tough, others would only take a mile after taking an inch. After dealing with this small interlude, Han Shao turned his attention to a more important matter. He had already been in seclusion for a few months, and today, the experience penalty of 16 months had finally ended. Chapter 876. He came to the combat training room and closed the door. He was the only one left in the huge room. Han Shao took a deep breath, moved his shoulders, and opened the interface. There were only a few minutes left of the 40% experience penalty debuff that had been on his status bar for more than 10 months. Staring at the seconds ticking by, Han Zhao's mood changed slightly. He could not help but feel touched. It wasn't easy, 16 months of experience penalty. Han Zhao sighed. 16 months ago, he had finally stepped into the highest level of strength and become a new beyond grade A super. Those who had just entered this circle would always face more jealousy and hostility. In just a short 1.5 years, he had gone through a lot. First, he fought with Cisco to keep the evolution cube. Then, he had a battle with Heber. Then, he reported to the Crimson Dynasty's mother planet and was provoked by the Dynasty's allies to test his strength. Along the way, he had fought with ES God. Not long ago, he had even faced his biggest crisis and almost been killed by the Arcane Church. He had only been a beyond grade A super for about 1.5 years, but he had already experienced so many crises. Thinking back, Han Zhao still felt a little scared and secretly sighed. Luckily, I resolved these dangers with my smart brain and handsome face. Han Zhao shamelessly gave himself a thumbs up. Crises were also opportunities, and he had established his position because of this. Now, he had finally gotten rid of the negative status of the experience penalty. It's getting better. It's getting better. Han Zhao rubbed his palms, and happiness was written all over his face. I'm now level 260. This was an emergency level up when I was dealing with those bastards from the Arcane Church, which made me spend 40% more experience. With the experience I've accumulated during this time, Han Zhao looked at the experience bar and estimated. I should be able to reach level 280. At this level, the experience required to level up every time was jaw-droppingly high. It was a number that would make one despair. Han Zhao did a rough calculation. Without the experience penalty, if he ignored the promotion and class advancement, the experience he had to level up now would be enough for a level 1 player to reach level 160 or even more. Furthermore, as his level increased, the cost of leveling up would also increase by a certain factor. If he did not have a long-term stable channel to harvest experience from players, with the current level of mission rewards, who knew how long it would take for him to reach level 280 just by doing missions. The EXP he had accumulated during this time was enough to reach level 280, and this was with the help of the political assets. The effect of the political assets was similar to a permanent double EXP card, and any method to gain EXP would be increased. How terrifying! After lamenting for a while, the duration of the experience penalty finally reached the last second, and the icon disappeared. The side effects of the evolution cube finally. Han Zhao smiled, rubbed his muscles, and felt the activity of the cells in his body. The actual manifestation of this side effect was that the cells would slowly adapt to the rapid evolution of the genes. The stronger the individual, the more energy the cells would carry, and the longer the transformation process would take. At this moment, the faint discomfort in the cells in his body finally disappeared, and the transformation was complete. The effect of the evolution cube is indeed amazing. I've only used it once. According to the mechanism shown on the interface, every time my energy level increases, I should be able to obtain a new level of evolution. Han Zhao nodded. The last time he had used the evolution cube in a hurry was to reach beyond grade A, and the side effects had come at the wrong time. He did not intend to use the evolution cube only once. However, he would have to choose the right time next time. The best time to use the evolution cube would be after spending all the accumulated experience during the version update. Lord Mechanic leveled up to LV 2, plus 360 energy, plus 5 STR, plus 5 DX, plus 12 END, plus 15 INT. You have received 12 free attribute points and 1 potential point. A warm current surged in his body, and his energy level gradually increased. As his experience bar slowly emptied, his main class level continued to soar, finally stopping at LV 20. You have reached LV 280. You have triggered the promotion mission Legendary Flight. As soon as this promotion mission popped up, it showed a golden completed status. Glancing at it, Han Zhao was overjoyed. The universe-grade legendary point was the highest level of legendary point. The deeds one did had to shake the entire universe, and the players had to complete extremely difficult missions or do extremely extraordinary things to have a chance of obtaining it. This promotion mission was already at the late stage. During the version where the World Tree Civilization invaded, the universe-grade legendary points had a more stable channel to obtain. Even with Han Zhao's current status, it was not easy to obtain a universe-grade legendary point. However, Han Zhao happened to have a universe-grade legendary point, which was the enemy of Ethereal. This is really... Han Zhao's mouth twitched. A blessing in disguise? He had been in this world for so many years, but this was the only universe-grade legendary point he had. It could be seen how rare this thing was. Now that he did not have a mission completion card, he originally thought that he would be temporarily stuck at the LV 280 promotion mission. He did not expect that. He would be lucky for once. Han Zhao grinned, his heart bursting with joy. Hee, I have to thank my old buddy from the Arcane Church for giving me this legendary point. Right? I have to thank Fu Ding as well. Thinking of Fu Ding, Han Zhao's hands itched a little. He was already used to touching him. You have fulfilled the mission requirements. LV 280 promotion mission completed. Plus 55 end. 1 END plus 410 health equals 420 stamina. Your energy rank has exceeded 52,000 ONA. You have received the talent Strengthened Multi-Element Resistance. You have received the talent Energy Utilization Optimization. You have received the talent Advanced Vitality. You have learned the skill Advanced Coercion. All of your virtual technology skills have been increased by 40%. Crackle, crackle. Han Zhao's eyes flashed with electricity. After a long time, he exhaled a cloud of blue mist. There was no species evolution this time, so the evolution pain was very low. He lowered his head and looked at it. His appearance did not change much. He was a little taller, and his muscles looked more beautiful. His chest muscles were like 2 iron plates covering his chest, and his abs were well-defined. His head felt a little itchy. He raised his hand and scratched, and a bunch of hair fell off. Hair loss. Han Zhao was shocked. He hurriedly summoned a mirror and heaved a sigh of relief after seeing it clearly. The promotion catalyzed his metabolism and improved the cell structure of his entire body. His original hair fell off, and new hair grew out. The fallen hair was stuck in his hair, so it was no wonder it felt itchy. Phew, my thick black hair is still here. Han Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He almost thought that he had walked the evil path of sacrificing his hair in exchange for power. The more bald he was, the stronger he would be. The upper limit of the Lord Mechanic class was level 40, and he needed to be level 300 to change his class. The next species evolution would also require him to be level 300, so level 280 was an ordinary promotion in the middle. However, 52,000 energy rank seemed to be a hidden limit. There were strong and weak beyond grade as, and not everyone could reach 52,000 energy rank. The abilities that were given seemed to be the basic abilities that one would have when they reached a new level. Previously, after obtaining Endless Material Science and Virtual Creator, his energy rank had increased by a wave and was close to 52,000. Now that he had increased 20 levels and his promotion, it was enough to break through this limit. Han Zhao's eyes moved. He glanced at the new abilities, and the effects confirmed his guess. Although there was no species evolution, every promotion was a sublimation of his life level, breaking through 52,000 energy rank and entering a new level of life. These were all passive abilities that came with high-level life forms. When one reached this level, almost everyone would have them. The effect of multi-element resistance enhancement was to increase various resistances, similar to perfect mechanical sense, with a coefficient of 1. 25x. Energy utilization optimization, on the other hand, reduced the energy and stamina consumption of each skill by 27%, allowing him to last longer. High life force increased the maximum health and recovery speed, increasing the maximum health by 17% and basic recovery speed by 120%. These three abilities were all talents that strengthened one's foundation. The main purpose was to increase one's resistance. No matter what class they were, they would have stronger vitality. The only ability, high deterrence, was an aura-type ability that could be switched on and off. His life level already had the effect of suppressing those below him, and now it was a skill. Deterrence could cover an area, and all the individuals within the area would be affected. However, it could only be used on intelligent life forms that were lower than his own grade. Those that were not affected by mental strength would be immune to this effect, such as mechanical life forms, so would not be of much use in battles of the same grade. Isn't Jia Haoshikahaki? Han Xiao scratched his head. Thinking about it, this ability did not seem to have any other use other than to bully noobs. However, if he wanted to bully noobs, as a mechanic, he did not need any aura at all. Those three abilities were still more reliable. Although it was just a normal promotion, the increase was very significant. In the later stages, every promotion was not for nothing. His basic endurance bonus was 1 endurance equals 410 health, and the other abilities gave him advanced strength and life, plus 60, eternal body, plus 140, plus 1% every 2 levels, grade S plus 50, and extraordinary physique, plus 10% health, high life force, plus 17% health, high life force, plus 100 health, and well-trained, plus 100 health. In terms of mechanical force, there were also various talents and abilities that could convert intelligence into machinery affinity. He threw the free attribute points into intelligence, looked at the changes on his interface, and was satisfied. Level 280 main class, mechanic race, Black Star race attributes, 3,347 STR, 4,080 DX, 6,129 YND, 9,029 INT, 2,950 MYS, 1,163 CHA, 1 LUK free attribute points, 0 potential points, 21 health, 5, 137, 427 stamina, 4, 417, 950 energy, 89320, LV 17. LV 17 energy bonus, plus 1,206 STR, plus 1,488 DX, plus 1,890 YND, plus 2,345 INT, plus 1,123 MYS, plus 311520 stamina limit, plus 1,632% machinery affinity energy rank. 53750 grade. S plus, beyond, rank S bonuses, plus 50 YND, plus 25 all resistances, plus 25% highest attribute, plus 15% other attributes, plus 750 free attribute points, and plus 50 potential points. The remarks this time are so official. Han Xiao rubbed his chest. Instead of ridiculing his meatiness, he was not used to it. At grade S+, the strength of those above grade S would be even stronger, but they would still be called beyond grade A. In terms of destructive power, there would not be a qualitative change like when the calamity grade advanced to beyond grade A. Because there was no clear reference for the strength of beyond grade A, the grades within beyond grade A were also calculated. The way they were divided was like a small realm, belonging to the category of quantitative change. Just like how people in the early days of the exploration era thought that the calamity grade was the upper limit of strength, people now also thought that beyond grade A was the limit of strength. What ES God wanted was to imitate the primordial ones, break the limit, and revolutionize the strength system to a whole new level, creating a fundamental change. Without looking at ES God's personality, this goal alone was very ambitious. After his promotion, the cost of leveling up skyrocketed again. With a glance, Han Xiao knew that he did not have enough EXP to reach level 300 in the short term. After all, he was using the faction store to earn EXP from the players. Even if he earned EXP very quickly, he still needed time to accumulate it. Furthermore, the players had already learned a lot of knowledge, so the efficiency of providing EXP had decreased. He was not prepared to wait any longer. He had already been in seclusion for a few months, and the sooner he got rid of ES God, the better. During this period, he had crafted quite a number of targeted equipment. As long as the dynasty was willing to provide assistance, he did not dare say that he would definitely be able to kill ES God, but he was at least confident. I haven't contacted the dynasty during this period. I wonder how they are doing with the arcane church. If they can reach a consensus, they should be able to take care of ES God. Han Shao took out his communicator and was about to contact the dynasty personnel to ask about the situation. At this time, Philip suddenly spoke. Master, someone sent me an encrypted message just now. Sending an encrypted message in front of me? Why are you being so sneaky? Decode it and find out who sent it. I can't decode it alone, so I came to find you, Philip said with a wronged expression. Han Shao paused and narrowed his eyes. Philip was now his powerful assistant in the virtual technology field. If Philip could not decode it alone, it meant that the other party was not simple. They were at least an organization at the star cluster level or above. They definitely had some ulterior motive for contacting him secretly. Then, what did the encrypted message say? They said that they are the descendants of the space-time freezer and want to talk to you face-to-face. Han Shao was stunned, and his expression changed slightly. When he was searching for information about the space-time amber, he remembered the current situation of the space-time freezer race. So, this is the Radiant Federation looking for me? Sending the space-time freezer race over. Is this hinting that they already know the origin of the space-time amber? Han Xiaoxin became alert and guessed the intentions of the Radiant Federation. After thinking for a while, he instructed Philip. Reply to him that I agree to meet. I went out in the afternoon and finished writing a little late. Today I was promoted to a god, so I'm quite happy. Thank you, brothers, for your love. Mua mua mua. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 877. Philip sent a message, and he received a reply a few seconds later. Master they would like to meet you privately. You could decide the time and place, I see, Han Shao pondered. The Radiant Federation coming to find him was a little sensitive, but beyond grade A allies were not the subordinates of a universal civilization, so they still had this bit of freedom. Even if the dynasty knew about it, it would not be a big problem. Han Shao pondered for a few seconds before replying. Send them a private message. Reply to the other party that I don't accept private meetings. I don't want to have any common secrets with them for the time being. Invite them to the Black Star Army as guests for me. If they're willing to accept, they can come. Since they had taken the initiative to find him, and he had not done anything bad, it would not be good to be secretive. He might as well invite them to his territory openly. Otherwise, it would seem like he and the Radiant Federation were plotting something, which would arouse suspicion. The second round of the Space-Time Amber Soul Connection mission required him to come into contact with the descendants of the Space-Time Freezer. Because the Radiant Federation was protecting this race, Han Shao did not have the time to complete it. However, now that they had taken the initiative to find him, it was a small surprise for Han Shao, saving him a lot of effort. However, he could not be too impatient. After all, they were the ones who had taken the initiative to find him, so he had to follow his rules. After sending out the invitation, the Radiant Federation did not reply immediately. It seemed like they were considering it. Han Shao was not in a hurry. He took out his communicator and contacted Terakov. Tarakov's projection appeared, and he smiled. Black Star, you're finally free to contact me? Chief Commander, how have you been recently? Sigh, it's still the same, eating dirt in the flickering world. When are you coming back to continue exploring? Let's wait a little longer. As soon as possible. In a few years, the first phase of development will probably end, and we'll enter the construction phase. After digesting the territories of the 3 star clusters, the second phase of development will begin. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the other party, Han Shao went straight to the point. He wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, I haven't contacted the outside world for a while. The negotiations have been going on for months. Have the Empire and Ethereal come up with a solution? There should be no problem. Terakov nodded. On the surface, both sides are blaming each other, but in private, they have already reached a few agreements. The remaining issues are just minor details. The Arcane Church has paid a huge price for the ransom, and the exact amount has to be kept a secret. I can't tell you that either. I can only say that the other side has made political, military, and economic concessions. They even opened up some technical information. In short, the dynasty promised the Arcane Church to redeem 3 beyond grade as Dylan, Mercer, and Taylor. Only Sagman is still in our hands as a bargaining chip. Han Shao nodded. The foundation of a civilization was always the race, and the fights between each other were all for status and resources. Compared to the long history of a civilization, every beyond grade A was just a shooting star that crossed a certain part of history. Exchanging 3 beyond grade A captives for various resources that were beneficial to their own development was the deal that the dynasty was looking forward to. The 3 universal civilizations competed with each other, but they were on the same side. Although there were occasional conflicts between them, none of them could destroy the other. More importantly, they had to suppress the civilizations below them, maintain order, and consolidate their position as the overlord. By the way, how did they deal with the space-time amber? Han Shao asked. As the Arcane Church researched the amber, the name of the space-time amber had spread throughout the universe. Now, all the major organizations knew that the 2 universal treasures in Black Star's hands were the Evolution Cube and the space-time amber. Thus, he had a special position among the beyond grade as. The Arcane Church is unable to break the seal and wants the dynasty to help remove it. However, the dynasty has been delaying it and did not contact you, so you still don't know. Does the dynasty plan to agree? The Arcane Church is willing to pay more ransom, and the dynasty plans to ask you to remove the seal on one of the captives. We'll talk about the rest later. When the time comes, we'll invite you to the Central Galaxy. Sure. Han Shao nodded. The army players were having a lot of fun with the Gulul Civilization war recruitment and the Flickering World. Before version 3.0 ended, there was no need for him to interfere, so he would be free. Furthermore, he was prepared to head to the Central Galaxy to find some helpers to deal with ES God. I'd like to ask, has the dynasty found any traces of ES God? There are some clues. According to the intelligence network, there were sightings of the fallen Ark fleet in the primeval Star River. The wormholes in the Shattered Star Ring should have sent them there. That's good. Han Shao subconsciously clenched his fists. The Arcane Church has already given in, and the dynasty can now deal with ES God. Tarakov observed Han Zhao's expression and suddenly said, I feel that you have a very firm killing intent toward ES God. That's right. He's been eyeing the Evolution Cube for a long time and almost killed me. How can I not hate him? Han Shao shrugged. It's different. Tarakov shook his head and did not continue. It was not just because of the Evolution Cube. He felt that Han Zhao's hostility toward ES God seemed to carry a vague sense of anxiety, as if ES God was a special threat to Han Shao. In any case, the upper echelons have already sent troops to attack the fallen Ark in the desolate universe belt of the Central Galaxy. ES God is not in the main camp, and the dynasty plans to send people to kill him. You're also on the list. Even if you don't ask, the upper echelons will come looking for you soon. Got it, I'll go. I'll participate in this operation on the way to the Central Galaxy. After chatting for a while more, Han Shao hung up the communicator and exhaled. As the final boss of the chaotic evil faction, ES God had never been killed by the 3 universal civilizations. The 3 universal civilizations had targeted ES God many times, but they had never been able to kill him. The dynasty might have already treated dealing with ES God as a routine. He was probably the only one who had a firm, killing intent toward ES God. I hope we won't make the same mistake this time, Han Shao thought. If he could get rid of ES God this time, he would be able to eliminate the hidden dangers of the World Tree's early invasion. It was not that Han Shao did not have confidence in the 3 universal civilizations. In his previous life, the World Tree War was also a Pyrrhic victory, and the current 3 universal civilizations might not be able to win against the World Tree. Some of the ferocious people in the later versions had yet to mature. This was especially true for the players. Ding! At this time, Philip received a reply from the Radiant Federation. The other party accepted Han Zhao's invitation. On the other side, the Radiant Federation's stronghold in the Shattered Star Ring, Mona put down his communicator. He was the emissary who had contacted Han Zhao this time, and he was also a descendant of the space-time freezer. His skin was ice blue, and there were diamond-like crystals on it. Black Star has agreed to meet, Mona reported to the upper echelons. Remember your mission this time. First, you're to test Black Star's attitude. Second, you're to find out the origin of the space-time amber. If the results are not ideal, don't propose a trade. Also, don't take any unnecessary actions. Mona nodded seriously. The Radiant Federation wanted to break the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter, but Black Star was an ally of the dynasty. The chances of him agreeing to their request were very slim. If there were not enough benefits, Black Star would not take the risk of offending the dynasty to help them break the seal. Black Star could obtain most of the resources from the Red Empire, so there was no need for him to trade with them. Therefore, the Radiant Federation could only test if Black Star had any special needs. Although the chances were slim, the Radiant Federation still wanted to give a try. Bader was not willing to guard the 10,000 deity scepter but not be able to use it. He had already offended the Arcane Church, so he could not leave without any gains. I won't do anything rash, but Your Excellency Manison. Mona turned around and looked to the side. A mechanical body was standing there. This was Manison's Lord's Descent medium. It had not been activated yet, and Manison's consciousness was not attached to it. It was being controlled by a remote artificial intelligence. Hearing this, Manison showed a projection through the remote link and said, "Don't worry about me. I'm visiting Black Star in my personal capacity. I won't interfere with your matters." Hearing this, Mona could only nod. With his level, he did not have the right to control Manison. Manison shook his head with a subtle expression. He was about to meet Han Zhao. Manison had been friends with him for a long time. In fact, he would pay attention to every Beyond Grade A mechanic. During this period, Black Star's name had spread throughout the Beyond Grade A circle of the three universal civilizations. He planned to personally test Black Star's strength. Only then would he be able to determine what price he should pay for the space-time amber. Wrote 2 versions, but they were not very good, so I deleted them. Let me think about it and plan the overall progress of the plot. Chapter 878. After putting on his clothes and tidying up his appearance, Han Zhao pushed open the door of the actual combat training room and walked out. Outside was a silver-white alloy corridor, and the ceiling was lit with white light. The corridor was circular in shape, and the left and right sides were actual combat training rooms. The alloy door had the room number engraved in black, and the floating virtual screen showed the user's identity. This area was the exclusive training ground for the officers. The Army headquarters satellite was huge, and the surface was divided into many bases. The place Han Zhao was the core base. Han Zhao touched his stomach. He had just completed his promotion, so he was full of energy. However, he felt that he had used up a lot of energy mentally. After thinking about it, he decided to go to the dining area to prepare a good meal to reward himself. He was afraid that his taste buds would go numb sooner or later if he swallowed nutrition paste all day long. The dining area was a living facility. Due to the different tastes of the different races, the chefs were also from different races. The base was huge, and the means of transportation were anti-gravity, floating ball-shaped vehicles. They were all products of the logistics department. In his own home, Han Zhao would not run for no reason. He casually found a floating ball-shaped vehicle and slowly flew toward the dining area. Looking from afar, the dining area was filled with people. As he got closer, the noise became louder and louder. No matter what time it was, the dining area was always the densest. Han Zhao landed on the parking platform of the dining area, casually parked the floating ball-shaped vehicle, and walked in. The army warriors who were chatting at the entrance noticed Han Zhao's figure, and their bodies that were leaning lazily against the wall suddenly straightened. "Hello, Army Commander." "Yo, hello. Have you eaten?" Han Shao nodded and casually greeted. Usually, when he met his subordinates in the headquarters, he would usually reply. The arrogance was for outsiders to see, and his attitude toward his own people had always been very easygoing. Entering the spacious cafeteria hall, many people noticed Han Shao. Pairs of eyes gathered on him, and the atmosphere became quiet for a moment. Then, many people stood up and bowed with excitement. Greetings could be heard one after another. There were also people who did not move from their seats and continued eating, but they raised their heads and looked at Han Shao curiously. As the Black Star Corps continued to expand, many new members had not seen Han Shao in person. Han Shao also did not usually appear in public areas. Therefore, even within the army, Han Zhao's image as the boss had always been mysterious. Furthermore, the enemy of ethereal incident added a layer of halo to Han Shao. His reputation increased day by day, and his image in the eyes of the army members became higher and higher. Large organizations usually had internal conflicts, and the Black Star Corps was the same. At the current scale, the internal factional problems were even more obvious. Warriors from different departments, races, and backgrounds spontaneously formed small circles. Only Han Shao could completely suppress everyone. As long as he was there, the army would be solid. "Don't look at me. Eat your food." Han Shao helplessly waved his hand. This was the reason why he did not like to show himself. Every time he strolled around the base, it would be like a leader inspecting his subordinates. "Teacher, here." At this time, Han Shao heard a familiar voice. He turned around and saw Sylvia also eating there. She was waving her hand and calling for him. Beside her was Aroshia. Han Shao walked over and sat opposite her. He casually took a brown caramel meat leg from the plate and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, and it slid lightly on his tongue. It tasted just right of roasted meat, oil, and secret sauce on his taste buds. After chewing a few times, it released an even richer aroma. The taste is not bad. The chef here needs to get a raise. Han Shao finished the leg in a few bites and smacked his lips. Still not satisfied, he picked up other dishes. Remember to give the cafeteria department money to research a new flavor of nutrition paste. Got it. You really have a deep love for nutrition paste, Sylvia muttered as she cut the vegetables. It takes 10 minutes to eat a meal, but it only takes 3 seconds to drink a tube of nutrition paste. I like the more efficient method. Learn from my sister, Han Shao joked. I'm in charge of all the chores. You have more free time than me. Why do you need to save time? Sylvia rolled her eyes and continued eating. Han Shao looked at Aroshia beside him. How have you been recently? Aroshia did not raise her head and focused on the food in front of her. Her face was expressionless, and her cheeks were moving quickly like a squirrel. The number of plates in front of her was more than 10 times that of Sylvia. She and Sylvia had known each other for a long time, and their relationship had always been good. Aroshia's strength could no longer keep up with Han Zhao's footsteps, and she was gradually unable to move together with Han Shao. However, she had a special position in the army. Due to her seniority and her beauty, she was the crush of countless army members. At the same time, she also attracted a wave of player fans. Because of the reboot mission, Han Shao did not really want to meet Aroshia and Rista. At his current level, it was not worth it to become enemies with the Mecha Empire over such a small matter. Rista had always been pestering him, but Han Shao did not have the intention to help them. At this stage, he did not have the ability to do so. By the way, since we've met here, there's no need to send you a message. Han Shao said. After some time, the Radiant Federation will send someone to meet me. You can make the arrangements then. Sylvia was shocked. She raised her head and said, Teacher, you're an ally of the dynasty. Isn't it not too good to meet the Radiant Federation? Since they're taking the initiative to meet me, I should at least listen to what they have to say. As Han Shao was speaking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him and interrupted him. Black Star, I have something to give you. Han Shao turned around and saw a male player with an ID above his head standing behind him with a black object in his hand. Another gift to gain favorability. The players treated him as an NPC and thought that giving him the right gift would increase his favorability. Han Xiao felt helpless. The moment he showed his face in the base, there would always be people trying to do this. He was already used to it. Han Xiao took the gift and looked at it. It was a slightly rare or material. To be honest, Han Xiao did not understand why someone would give him an ore. Did they think that he cannot afford it? Looking at the other party's expectant face, Han Xiao's mouth twitched. He resisted the urge to lower his favorability and forced a smile. Thank you. The male player waited for a while, but did not receive any notification. He scratched his head and stared at the rare material in Han Xiao's hand with a reluctant expression. Can I get the gift back? Han Xiao's face darkened. Brother, you're too honest. No. Sigh, what a loss. The male player did not give up. Then, do you have anything for me to do? No, Scram. Of course, this was only what he thought. He could not be so rude to players. I don't have anything for you to do now. If you're very free, you can either join the war in the Gilul civilization or participate in the exploration of the flickering world. There's bound to be a suitable job for you. Han Xiao cursed with a smile. All right. The male player turned around and left with a look of pity. In order to avoid being surrounded by the players who had heard the news, Han Xiao quickly finished his meal and left the dining area. He went to the logistics department to check on Nero's progress. Perfect mechanical sense was a talent that he had been eyeing for a long time, and he had always been paying attention to Nero's progress. Arriving at the logistics department, Han Xiao walked into Reynolds' office and immediately saw Nero, who was doing his homework on the table. After drinking the dragon blood potion, Nero's face was rosy, and he looked very healthy. However, his expression was extremely bitter, as though he had swallowed a pile of Chinese gold thread. His face was scrunched up, and the strength he used to write was so great that it was as though he wanted to use his pen to cut the thick book into pieces. Little Nero, Godfather is here to see you. Han Xiao walked over with a smile. Nero did not even look at Han Xiao and turned his head away with a bitter expression. Han Xiao turned to look at Reynolds and asked, How's his learning going? The Dragon Blood Potion is very useful, and it has saved him a lot of time to sleep. His learning speed has increased greatly, and he will be able to learn the basic theory very quickly. I plan to add some practical mechanical assembly lessons into his learning schedule, Reynolds said with a serious tone. Nero's hand trembled, and the pen fell onto the table with a clatter. He was petrified. Han Xiao's lips curled up. You're really the devil. At this moment, the door opened once more, and Fu Ding walked in wearing a loose blue robe. When he saw Han Xiao, he was stunned for a moment before revealing a warm smile. Black Star, you're here too. What are you doing here? Han Xiao raised his brows. I'm here to see Nero. Fu Ding smiled. I'm also here to play some cards with him. Nero hurriedly got up and threw himself into Fu Ding's embrace. His expression was as though he had seen his savior, and he turned around to make a face at Han Xiao. Cough, cough. Fu Ding will occasionally come over to play cards with him. This is his entertainment time, Reynolds explained. Han Xiao's eyes were filled with astonishment, and his expression seemed to be asking, You're actually giving him entertainment time? Once every half a month. Oh, sorry to disturb you. It wasn't easy for him to play, and Nero couldn't wait to take out the weighing cards. He tugged on Fiden's sleeves and urged him start. Fiden smiled and took out his deck of cards to play with Nero. Seeing this, Han Xiao's brows twitched. He always felt that Fu Ding was pampering Nero. Could it be because Fu Ding and Chun Xing were unable to have children? Although Han Xiao did not like playing cards, he still understood the rules. When he glanced at the side, Han Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the battle between the European kings? It was as though he had seen the goddess of luck practicing left and right. Looking at Nero's skillful hands, Han Xiaoxin felt a little pain. My child, you've been corrupted by Herluz and Hardaway in the end. I still have to correct you. Han Xiao held back his laughter and threw a luck curse at Nero. He then shook his head and quietly left the crime scene. After waiting for a period of time in the headquarters to familiarize himself with his skyrocketing strength and deal with some miscellaneous matters, the emissaries from the Radiant Federation arrived as promised. The spaceship landed in the Black Star Corps headquarters, and Mona brought a group of people down from the spaceship. They were led to the guest room by the reception robot. Han Xiao waited in the guest room for a while, and the door opened automatically. The emissaries from the Radiant Federation walked in and took their seats after greeting each other. High-grade super officer of the Radiant Federation, Mona introduced himself. Han Xiao sensed the energy in the other party's body and realized that he was a calamity grade. He then opened the interface to take a look. Indeed, after coming into contact with the race of the space-time freezer, the space-time amber mission notification popped up. The second round of Legacy of the Primordial Ones, space-time freezer, has been completed. Plus 1 soul connection to space-time amber. Current level, 2/5 the space-time amber has started to get close to you. Your buff, space-time amber's feedback, has been refreshed. Buff duration, constant. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed, but his expression did not change. As the soul connection deepened, he developed a sense of affinity with the space-time amber. In his senses, the space-time amber seemed to have become an old object that he had been holding for a long time. The increase in the soul connection would also increase the efficiency of creating amber balls. However, he was currently in a meeting with someone, so he could not test it out for the time being. Han Xiao also took a look at the third round of the mission. Third round mission requirements. Head to the ancestral land of the space-time freezer's race and take his body on a tour. All right, there's no way to cheat this time. Han Xiao mumbled to himself. The ancestral land of the space-time freezer was in the territory of the Radiant Federation. If he wanted to complete the third round, he would have to go there personally. After all, it was impossible for them to carry out the Wandering Planet plan and transport the ancestral land over to him. Closing the interface, Han Xiao went straight to the point. I've never had much interaction with the Radiant Federation. Why are you looking for me? It's like this, Mona said with a serious expression. We, the Radiant Federation, are very curious about the space-time amber. After looking through the information, we discovered that the space-time amber seems to be related to a beyond grade A in our history. Oh, there's such a thing? Han Xiao pretended to be confused, but his heart skipped a beat. The Radiant Federation had confidential information about the space-time freezer, so their guess was really F*King accurate. As for the Radiant Federation openly expressing their interest in the space-time amber, Han Xiao was not surprised at all. After the battle on Planet Lighthouse, basically every galactic organization was curious about his 2 universal treasures. They would definitely have done some research in private, so there was nothing to hide. Do you know about the space-time freezer? Mona asked. Let me check it out. Han Xiao put his heart into acting and waited for a while before nodding. His expression did not change, and his eyes did not even blink. Oh, I know now. You're saying that the space-time amber is related to the space-time freezer. Mona had been observing Han Xiao's expression the whole time, but he could not see anything. We can't confirm it either. It's just a guess. I'm a descendant of the space-time freezer, so I asked the Radiant Federation to send me to contact you, hoping to understand the origin of the space-time amber. Why should I care about the origin of the space-time amber? What good does it do me? Han Xiao raised his brows, but he understood what was going on. The reason the Radiant Federation did this was because they thought that he had just picked up the space-time amber by luck and did not know the origin of this universal treasure. Thus, they connected the space-time amber to the ancestor of the Mona race and used this as a reason to contact him. Mona wanted to find traces of his ancestor, and it did not involve any benefits. This request seemed reasonable, but the Radiant Federation naturally knew that he would not let an outsider come into contact with the space-time amber for this reason, so it was only a reason to get close to him. Don't worry, because it's related to our ancestor, the Radiant Federation only wants to help us investigate and add information about this new universal treasure to the public database. They have no other intentions toward your space-time amber, Mona explained. I believe you, Han Xiao said seriously. Really? Chapter 879. Mona heard Han Zhao's sarcasm and blushed a little. In short, we hope that you can allow us to investigate the space-time amber. The Radiant Federation will thank you. I refuse. Han Zhao waved his hand. I have no obligation to cooperate with the investigation. Then, can you let me see the space-time amber with my own eyes? This is my personal request. No. The atmosphere was a little stiff, but Mona had expected this and was not surprised. Blackstar obviously would not let outsiders come into contact with a universal treasure. He pretended to take a sip of his drink, put down the cup, looked around, and suddenly lowered his voice. Your Excellency Blackstar, what do you think of the Radiant Federation? Finally, he's testing my attitude. Han Zhao's expression did not change. My opinion, I should be asking you. You helped the Arcane Church during the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, then turned to help the dynasty. I've never been sure if I should treat you as an enemy or a friend. What do you think? Mona thought for a while and said with a deep voice, although we're in different factions, we're very willing to be friends with Your Excellency Blackstar. Han Zhao raised his brows. How about this? Let's be more direct. We're destined to be enemies in terms of factions, but we could be business friends. You don't have any objections, right? Of course. This was one of the conditions that the upper echelons had given him before he left, so Mona did not hesitate. The three universal civilizations competed with each other and frequently traded with each other. They cooperated in many industries. In this era of galactic integration, as long as the civilizations did not go to war, they would not cut off their economic and livelihood cooperation. The three universal civilizations were used to this. Galactic integration was also a part of maintaining the chain of governance, magnifying the price of being isolated. Therefore, in terms of business, the universal civilizations would not stop their beyond grade A allies from expanding their businesses and earning money from other civilizations. However, if they used the name of business to carry out espionage activities and betray the interests of the civilization, the universal civilizations would not let them off easily. However, beyond grade A allies generally would not easily allow outsiders to share their share of resources. If they wanted to develop business in another faction, they would definitely be ostracized and suppressed by that faction. If they did not go through official relations, it would be very difficult to develop business in another faction's territory. You should be clear about our style, Mona said. Among the three universal civilizations, our Radiant Federation is the most inclusive. We welcome all financial groups and organizations in the universe to develop here. Furthermore, the Shattered Star Ring is also under the jurisdiction of the Radiant Federation. It can be said that we have always been working together. Han Zhao nodded. This was true. The three universal civilizations each had their own unique characteristics. The Empire had an iron-blooded style, the Ethereal had a strong religious aura, and the Radiant Federation was the most open and wealthy, flourishing in many fields. Since you want to make friends, you should at least show some sincerity. Talking about feelings costs money. Han Zhao smiled. If you're willing, we can help the Black Star Corps develop business in the Radiant Federation at any time, Mona said. Han Zhao rolled his eyes. He roughly understood what the Radiant Federation was trying to say. First, they talked about the space-time amber, then they proposed a business cooperation. The situation was very clear. The Radiant Federation's ultimate goal was to research or borrow the space-time amber, and they needed his help. Because of the previous incident, their relationship was not good, so it was easy to imagine the success rate if they directly asked for his help. Therefore, the Radiant Federation had a few plans. The most reliable one was to use business cooperation to break the ice and ease the relationship between the two sides before discussing further cooperation in the future. From the looks of it, the Radiant Federation did not plan to do it overnight, but to maintain a long-term relationship in preparation for a future request. As the party being requested, Han Zhao held the initiative and did not need to reply immediately. Let's talk about it later. I don't have such thoughts for now. Understood. If you have any other requests, we will consider them. No matter what, the Radiant Federation looks forward to working with you. Mona's tone was sincere. The Radiant Federation was not in a hurry. In order to remove the seal on the 10,000 deity scepter, they could wait. Other requests. Han Zhao's eyes moved. He thought for a while and smiled mysteriously. I'm personally willing to be friends with the Radiant Federation, but you once helped Ethereal deal with me. I feel that other than sincerity, you should also express an apology. He was talking about the multi-dimensional sky opening transportation device. Back then, the Radiant Federation did not expect that they would need Black Star's help. It could be said that they had dug a hole for themselves, but if they did not do so, they might not be able to obtain the 10,000 deity scepter. There were pros and cons. Mona's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of Han Zhao holding him accountable, but he was afraid that Han Zhao would not have any requests. What do you think? How about this? If you could do me a favor, I'll forgive you. Only by resolving the past can our relationship start anew. What do you need us to do? Mona perked up. God also participated in the Planet Lighthouse operation. The Red Empire was busy dealing with the Arcane Church previously and is now preparing to deal with this accomplice. I have quite a big grudge with God. So if you help me in the dynasty to eliminate God, as long as we get rid of him, our past problems will be written off. What do you think? Han Zhao's tone became more serious. Mona was stunned and a little surprised. He thought that Han Zhao wanted some special benefits, but he did not expect that he would ask them to help him eliminate God. It turned out that the grudge between Black Star and God was this big. I can't make the decision on this. I have to report to the upper echelons, Mona said honestly. But from my experience, the upper echelons will agree to your request. If it was something else, the Radiant Federation might hesitate. However, dealing with God had always been the political correctness of the three universal civilizations. If they could kill God, it would be beneficial to the Radiant Federation. This time, a guy behind Mona, covered in armor, took a few steps forward and took off his helmet, revealing the head of the mechanical body. He then spoke in a cold, synthesized electronic voice. I can do this for you. Hearing this, Han Zhao turned around and saw the material of the mechanical body. His heart skipped a beat. With his current experience, he could tell that this mechanical person was very high-tech. It seemed to be a special machine made by a beyond grade A super, very similar to the carrier of the Lord's Descent. You are Mecha Empire, Manison, the Ancient One, Papachi. Han Zhao's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise and vigilance. This mechanical body did not have the Lord's Descent, so it did not have any beyond grade A energy fluctuations. Before the Mecha Empire spoke, he had thought that this was just a normal mechanical guard. In terms of stealth, mechanical soldiers had a special advantage. Han Zhao did not expect Manison to take the initiative to look for him. The Mecha Empire's position in the universe was extraordinary, and it was almost publicly recognized as the peak of mechanics. Furthermore, he had more or less had some indirect interactions with the other party. Han Zhao was very sensitive to the name of the Mecha Empire and was wary of it. Mona coughed and explained, His Excellency Manison learned that we wanted to meet you and requested to move together. Black Star, actually I've always wanted to visit you, and I took this opportunity to come over. Manison looked at Han Zhao's frowning brows and said with an emotionless tone, Why? Am I not welcome? Han Zhao's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face again. Of course not. I just feel that it's a coincidence. I've also heard a lot about you and have always wanted to visit you, but there hasn't been a suitable opportunity. This time, Mona stood up and said, This is my communicator number, Your Excellency Black Star. I'll report your intentions to the upper echelons, and I'll give you a reply very soon. I won't disturb the two of you for now. Your Excellency Manison, I'll return to the spaceship and wait for you. Manison's mechanical body nodded, and Mona left the room, following Philip's guidance to the dock. Only Han Zhao and Manison were left in the room, staring at each other. Your Excellency Black Star, this is the first time we've met, right? Manison seemed to be smiling, but the synthesized electronic voice did not show the slightest hint of a smile, and it even sounded a little creepy. With the other party's technology, it was impossible for him not to create an anthropomorphic voice system. Using such a voice was clearly intentional. To be exact, this can't be considered a meeting. You've seen my face, but I haven't seen yours yet, Han Xiao said with a raised brow, but he was secretly trying to figure out Manison's intentions. It was normal for mechanics to visit each other, but he felt that Manison had other intentions. There will be a chance in the future. The mechanical body pointed at its chest and said, "Do you mind if my consciousness descends?" Han Xiao thought about it and shook his head. Boom! The next moment, a surge of energy descended through the quantum infinite distance transmission channel. The mechanical body trembled, and a dazzling golden electric light burst out. The energy level soared. Manison's Lord's Descent had activated. The mechanical body's movements instantly became much more natural. Manison twisted his neck and said calmly, "This is much more comfortable." Long-distance communication was like a video chat, but Lord's Descent was immersive. Han Xiao smiled and did not say anything, but he was shocked. When Manison's Lord's Descent was activated, the mechanical force released by the mechanical body was extremely powerful. It even made Han Xiao feel pressured. To be able to make another beyond grade A feel pressured, the strength of the Mecha Empire was unfathomable. Among the beyond grade, as he had seen, only God's aura was comparable to the Mecha Empires. This was only the mechanical body of the Lord's Descent, and not Manison's actual body. I wonder how many levels higher this guy is than me. Han Xiao thought about it and gestured toward the door. "Your Excellency Manison, shall we talk somewhere else?" "All right, can you take me on a tour of the Black Star Corps?" Manison nodded. "Sure." The two of them stood up and left the room together. They chatted while strolling around the Army headquarters. Although they had just met, the two of them had a tacit understanding not to talk about sensitive things. They started from the Army headquarters and commented on the technology used by the headquarters. Han Xiao maintained his quantum network vision at all times and told Philip to keep the system self-checking. Although the possibility was not high, he was still on guard against Manison's virtual intrusion. After all, the name of the Mecha Empire was equivalent to the existence next door. No matter where he went, he would make the owner suspect that he had been cuckolded. However, Manison did not have such thoughts and only focused on talking about mechanical knowledge. It was as if they were really just talking about technology. In terms of technology exchange, the Mecha Empire was indeed very powerful. Manison had accumulated knowledge for many years and had even walked at the forefront of technological innovation. Who knew how many mechanical blueprints he had come up with? In terms of main class standards, Han Xiao was indeed far behind the other party. The other party had not lived for so many years for nothing. This was the first time he had come into contact with the Mecha Empire. Han Xiao smiled, but did not let his guard down. Other than his preconceived notions, he was also worried about the other party's identity. "By the way, you said that you're going to help me deal with God? God is currently in the primeval Star River, which is my headquarters. If the Radiant Federation agrees to your request, I should be the one to take action." Manison turned to look at Han Xiao's face. "Of course, I have my own motives." "What are they?" Han Xiao was curious. "Firstly, I warned God before not to come to my territory. Secondly, I hope to get something from you." Manison did not hide his intentions. "Want something from me?" Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. What the Mecha Empire wanted was naturally not his machinery, but his universal treasure. Was it the evolution cube or the space-time amber? However, Manison did not continue speaking and looked to the side. The two of them were currently in a circular corridor. On one side of the corridor were actual combat training rooms. The two of them walked around and arrived at the training area of the base. "Since you're here, shall we spar?" Manison's tone was emotionless. "Here?" Han Xiao shook his head. "With our strength, we'll probably flip my headquarters upside down. Don't worry, I didn't bring any other mechanical army. I only have this mechanical shell." Manison shrugged. "You can control a mechanical shell as well. Don't overdo it. This way, the commotion will be small, and it won't hurt our relationship." "If that's the case." Han Xiao pondered for a while before nodding. All right. He did not need to use his main body to fight. If the shell was damaged, he could just repair it. This was very safe. He guessed that Manison wanted to measure his strength through the strength of his mechanical force. He had broken through the energy rank limit of 52,000. With his mechanical force at this level, he would not be easily destroyed. Han Xiao had the confidence to spar. Furthermore, the carrier of Lord's Descent would share most of the main body's abilities. He also wanted to take a look at Manison's attributes through the combat information. Recommended a book called Human Immortal Martial Emperor, written by demonic Qianma, a beautiful lady. Introduction. The two immortals of heaven and earth are precious, and the two immortals of gods and ghosts are ethereal. In my life, I only seek to suppress the heavens with martial arts and become the ruler of the world. Chapter 880. The two of them randomly chose a combat training room. Han Xiao scanned the room, and the door opened automatically. He then walked in. The combat training rooms also had different configurations. Only the more highly configured ones could withstand stronger battle shockwaves. Low-configuration combat training rooms were open to ordinary army members and army players for free, and they could only withstand Grade B attacks at most. If one wanted to use a high-configuration combat training room, they would have to pay rent. According to the rank of the member in the army, the rent would be discounted. Usually, players use the combat training rooms to farm their skills and experience. In the officer training area of the headquarters, the combat training rooms were all equipped with the highest configuration. It was more than enough for calamity grades to fight, but it could barely withstand the shock waves of a beyond Grade A super. However, the two of them were only using a carrier to spar. As long as they controlled the power of their attacks and held back a little, it would not be a problem for a short period of time. The top configuration training room was very spacious. The floor and walls were pure white, showing a grid-like appearance. The material was a combination of some kind of tough alloy, polymer material, and plastic nanomaterial. It had a self-repairing function, and it was covered with a virtual reality coating to simulate the environment. At the same time, the walls and floor could be moved to change the shape of the room. Together with the sensory misdirection of the simulated environment, it could create a battlefield environment far larger than the real area of the room. The premise was that one had to open their mind and accept the sensory misdirection. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to take effect. Of course, one could also do some things in the actual combat training room that were not suitable for children. In the Army's training room usage guidelines, the Army members, players, were prohibited from occupying the training room to watch immersive movies. The players were going to hit the sandbags, but these people were not letting go of the sandbags. They were occupying the toilet, but not taking a sh*T. Han Xiao let Philip choose the environment randomly. The appearance of the ground and walls quickly changed, turning into a lush blue-green forest. The view in the distance was an endless sea of trees and a faraway mountain shrouded in a thin layer of fog that could only be seen halfway up. The training room simulated a realistic wind, bringing with it the coolness of the morning rain. The wind blew the fog through the sea of trees, causing the canopy to sway and rustle. Their noses could even smell the fresh and moist air and the faint smell of the earth. It was as if they were there. Manison looked around and muttered to himself, "Being accompanied by machines all day, all I see are heavy colors. Sometimes I even forget what nature looks like." Han Xiao opened the secondary dimension and took out a mechanical body. It was a streamlined humanoid body with a silver, black, and yellow shell. This was the mammoth mechanical body updated to the RX-002 generation. Compared to the RX-001 generation, its performance was slightly different. The RX-001 generation mammoth was a standard model. It had comprehensive abilities and was relatively balanced in all aspects. The RX-002 generation mammoth reduced the size of its skeleton and nanotendons, sacrificing a portion of its strength to increase its flexibility. It was also equipped with more mechanical weapons and was more suitable for battle. Lord's Descent. S effect would change according to the basic configuration of the carrier. Different carriers would share different abilities and attributes when receiving Lord's Descent, so different types of mechanical shells had to be built. Han Xiao immediately activated Lord's Descent. Blue-gold mechanical force shot out and struck the mechanical shell, exploding with a blinding electric light. ZZZ. Han Xiao's consciousness split into two. One stayed in his main body, and the other controlled the mechanical shell. Han Xiao's main body flew up high and did not participate in the battle. He controlled the carrier to stand a few hundred meters in front of Madison. This distance was no different from face to them. Han Xiao looked at the interface of the carrier. Because of the first-generation Black Star alloy, the carrier shared a few tank talents. Its resistance was quite high. In terms of attributes, it had a 64% bonus to strength, an 81% bonus to dexterity, and a 73% bonus to endurance. Han Xiao controlled the mammoth mechanical body to twist its neck and get used to it. The back armor then split open, releasing miniature hovering discs that formed a floating defense formation. Psionic ray muzzles appeared on his shoulders, chest, and abdomen. He raised his left arm and formed a shield, maintaining a psionic shield. A metal handle popped out from his right wrist, transforming into a high-level mechanical weapon that looked like a long sword. The blade was wrapped in energy, and Han Xiao held it in his hand. Seeing this, Madison's carrier also entered battle mode. He activated the hovering array, activated the psionic shield, and took out a long-handle mechanical weapon that looked like a crutch. Using Lord's Descent to spar was equivalent to controlling his doppelganger to fight. No matter how fierce the mechanical shell battle was, both sides would not lose face. Without saying anything, they looked at each other for 2 seconds. Then, the two figures suddenly blurred and collided. Bang! The huge impact caused a shockwave. The trees around them all collapsed under the effect of the simulated destruction effect. In the sky, Han Zhao's hair was also blown back. The next moment, the two mechanical shells turned into blurry afterimages that were entangled together. They shuttled through the forest at an extremely fast speed. The long sword and the crutch clashed more than 1,000 times in a short period of time. Sparks, light, and electric arcs flew everywhere. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of wind, rain, and smithing could be heard. When the mechanical force clashed head-on, dazzling electric arcs exploded between the two of them, leaving huge pits where they stopped. They pierced through trees, ignited fires, and scorched the forest. Both of them tacitly used close combat and restrained their strength. They did not use powerful long-range weapons. Otherwise, the training room would definitely be destroyed. The two of them were only sparring and did not plan to use their trump cards. After all, the true strength of a mechanic could only be seen after using the Mech Legion. Both of them had the idea of testing each other, trying to understand each other through the battle. Whoever obtained more information would benefit the most. While fighting, Madison felt the strength of Han Zhao's mechanical force. At his level, he only needed to feel for a bit to roughly know Han Zhao's current strength. Of course, the strength of Han Zhao's mechanical force was far from his. However, Madison was still quite surprised by Han Zhao's strength. He had heard of Han Zhao's feat of capturing Dylan alive. According to his guess, Black Star should have the highest level of mechanical sense talent like him. However, when they actually fought, Madison realized that Black Star's mechanical force was not as strong as he had expected. He did not seem to have the highest level of mechanical sense. However, Han Zhao's life level was much higher than he had imagined. Madison naturally knew about the first limit of the 52,000 energy rank. Just crossing this limit was not enough to shock him. However, comparing the time it took for Black Star to become a beyond grade A super was the reason why Madison was shocked. Black Star had only been a beyond grade A super for about 1.5 years. In such a short time, he had already crossed the first limit? The life-level transformation of a beyond grade, a super, usually took 10 years as the unit of measurement. Manison had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had seen such an incredible growth rate. Such potential and talent, Manison pondered. Such an unbelievable growth speed made Black Star's current strength lose most of its value as a reference. However, knowing that Black Star had already broken through the first limit of the beyond grade A super, Manison felt that he had achieved his goal of testing him. Furthermore, he felt that he had definitely profited from this test. He knew Black Star's exact strength, while Black Star only knew that he was very strong, but he did not know exactly how strong he was. Thinking of this, they clashed again. The high-frequency vibration function of their weapons bounced them away. Manison put away his weapon and said, "Let's stop here. Let's stop here. Otherwise, this room will be ruined." Han Xiao also stopped. Looking at the pockmarked training room, he also put away his weapon. His main body landed, deactivated Lord's Descent, and threw his mechanical body back into the secondary dimensional army box. As expected of the Mecha Empire, you're indeed strong. I have to say, your strength is beyond my imagination. Manison nodded. Han Xiao smiled and did not reply. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Since we've toured the headquarters, come to my office and continue talking about ES God." Okay. The two of them left the training area. Walking on the road, Han Xiao casually chatted while secretly opening the interface, repeatedly looking at the battle information from earlier. Manison's level was a question mark, and the gap between them was not small. Thus, most of his attributes and skills were also question marks. However, some of them were displayed, including the abilities that the Mecha Empire had not used earlier. Mechanics were famous for having many abilities, and some of them overlap with their own abilities and could be ignored. Among the unique abilities of the Mecha Empire, Han Xiao saw two molding talents. The first was perfect mechanical sense. This was within Han Xiao's expectations. As the pinnacle of mechanics, Manison definitely had top-notch talent. The other one was virtual technology innovation, Manison. The suffix indicated that this was an exclusive molding talent created by Manison. Its effect was to strengthen virtual technology-type abilities, and the strengthening coefficient was 1.75x. Although it did not seem as good as the 2.5 times strengthening of Virtual Lord, the significance of the two was completely different. As long as a mechanic learned the ultimate knowledge, Virtual Creator, they would be able to obtain this molding talent. Virtual Technology Innovation. Manison was an exclusive ability that gave Manison a huge advantage in virtual technology. It belonged to the category of molding talents. Furthermore, in the introduction of this molding talent, it was written that after the virtual technology innovation, it has special effects. This was probably the core talent of Manison's trump card army, the indestructible Mecha Empire. Manison naturally had more than two molding talents, but that was all that was shown on the interface. However, based on the combat information and Manison's performance in his previous life, Han Xiaoxin had a certain understanding of Manison's strength. His main class is at least one stage higher than mine, and he has at least 4 molding talents. Furthermore, he has a mech army that is hundreds or even thousands of times larger than mine. How terrifying. It's best if I don't provoke him. Overall, Han Xiao was quite satisfied with this test. In terms of intelligence, he had profited. The combat information on the interface had revealed some abilities that the Mecha Empire had not displayed. Manison did not have an interface, so the Mecha Empire naturally had no way of knowing the abilities that he had not displayed. At most, he had only revealed his life rating. However, this was Han Xiao's intention from the start. He wanted to display a certain amount of strength so that the Mecha Empire would not look down on him. Due to the existence of the character summon card, the strength that Han Xiao had displayed was misleading. For example, perfect mechanical sense did not appear, so the information that Manison had received was biased. There was no way for him to see through him. Therefore, not only did I not lose out in this exchange of intelligence, I even profited greatly. The Mecha Empire had chosen the wrong opponent to test me. Han Zhao's lips curled up. The two of them had their own thoughts as they arrived at the office. After sitting down, Manison began to talk about his intentions. The other reason I came to visit you this time is to make a deal with you. Please speak. I'm quite interested in your space-time amber. According to what I know, this universal treasure can be used to create byproducts. I hope to purchase some from you for research purposes. So, he wants to buy amber balls. Han Zhao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I'm sorry, but I don't plan to sell them. The space-time amber was one of his trump cards, and he had given it to Austin because he owed him a favor. Han Zhao did not plan to use it for profit, nor did he need to use it to get close to others. This thing was different from the evolution cube, and he did not want the amber ball to be circulated in the universe and used by others. He did not even provide it to the Red Empire, so naturally, he would not sell it to the Mecha Empire. Manison's position was extraordinary, and giving him face was one thing. However, on such a crucial issue, it was useless no matter how much face he had. That's a pity, but I understand. Manison shook his head. His expression could not be seen from the mechanical body, and the change in tone could not be heard. If you change your mind one day, you can come and find me again. Then about ES God, Han Zhao probed. Don't worry. I'll listen to the Radiant Federation on this. Manison casually skipped this topic, as if he did not mind Han Zhao rejecting him, and he did not have any intention of leaving. This time, he suddenly changed the topic. I have a subordinate in the Shattered Star Ring called Sardim. He once gave me a rather interesting report, saying that you once stole his mech legion and captured him alive for a period of time. That did happen. I was forced by the situation at the time. Han Xiaoxin became alert again. Don't worry. Since you didn't kill my people, there's no problem between us. I just feel that we're quite fated. To think that we actually crossed paths so long ago. Manison did not seem to have any intention of denouncing him. However, his next sentence made Han Zhao's hair stand on end. Speaking of our earliest interactions, this reminds me of something. Can I trouble you to return those two lost fellows to me? Manison's synthesized electronic voice did not fluctuate at all. Although he was smiling, there was no hint of a smile in his voice. The Mecha Empire actually knows about Erosia? Han Zhao's hair stood on end. He hurriedly tightened his expression and suppressed the waves in his heart. What do you mean? A long time ago, two lucky AI lies invaded my base. One stole one of my backup spaceships, and the other used my equipment to transform himself into an indestructible mechanical soldier. They tried to liberate their own kind, but were discovered by the base's defense mechanism in the end. They were chased by the automated troops and luckily fell into a wormhole, eventually ending up in your organization. At this point, Manison paused. Don't tell me you think that two AI lies can invade my base by themselves. Chapter 881. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and did not say anything. In fact, he had always had the same doubts about Rista's one-sided story, but Rista's answer was always the same, so he had no way of verifying it. Manison crossed his arms and slowly said, Those two little fellows can't break through my virtual firewall. It's impossible for those two little fellows to break through the virtual firewall of my base. Behind them is another beyond grade A mechanic who wants my indestructible mechanic empire and wants to destroy my trump card team. Thus, while I'm not in the base, he secretly guided those two little fellows who don't know anything and secretly opened the virtual data channel for them. Unfortunately, his little trick was discovered by me, and his scheme ended in failure. I've always known that the little fellow who transformed herself into an indestructible mechanical soldier is staying on Floating Dragon Island. She used my energy transmission channel to steal my reconstructed matter, so, of course, I can track her down. However, I didn't retrieve it because I don't care about those two little fellows. Furthermore, on account of my old friendship with Aesop, I don't want to come into contact with Dragon Emperor Ames. However, since I'm here today, you can return her to me while you're at it. Han Zhao rubbed his temples and felt a little helpless. When he recruited Erosia 20 years ago, he was only a grade B super. At that time, he was just an ordinary member of the universe. Naturally, he would not be placed in the eyes of a big shot like the Mecha Empire. After discovering Erosia's true identity, he had been worried that Manison would follow him. However, since Erosia had never been captured by the Mecha Empire, he had thought that Manison did not know where Erosia was. After becoming a beyond grade A, Han Zhao's virtual technology skills had become more and more profound, and he had also suspected this. However, because of his preconceived notions and the fact that there had been no problems in the past 20 years, he had assumed that it was fine. It turned out that Manison was well aware of everything. Han Zhao's brain spun rapidly. Clearly, with Manison's position, he did not care about Erosia and Rista, who were escaping. After all, he had an entire AI civilization as an army, and one or two escaping was nothing to Manison. Perhaps he had other thoughts. That Manison had taken the initiative to mention this, not just to get Erosia and Rista back, but to respond to Han Zhao's refusal to trade the space-time amber. This old thing, God knows how many cards he's holding in his hands. Han Zhao frowned, paused, and said in a deep voice, Erosia is an old companion of mine for more than 20 years. She has her own free will and is not a slave to anyone. I can't hand over an elder who was with me when I first established the Black Star Corps to you. Otherwise, what would my other officers think? The Mecha Empire wanted to get back their escaped weapons, so Han Zhao changed the nature of the matter and emphasized Erosia's position as an elder in the army. His attitude was very firm. Your Excellency Black Star is very firm. Manison remained calm and sighed. Ever since the two of them met, Han Zhao had always treated Han Zhao with respect. However, when it came to specific issues, he did not give in at all. Want the amber? Not for sale. Want people? Not for sale. Han Zhao was wary of Manison's strength, but he was not afraid of him. It would have been fine if he did not have any backing, but the Black Star Corps was backed by the Empire, and the Mecha Empire was the Radiance. Both of them were people with backgrounds. Respect was one thing, but fear did not exist. He had dug up the space-time amber, and the Empire would not force him to hand it over. As long as it was in the hands of an ally, it was equivalent to the Empire's strength. However, if he made a deal with the Mecha Empire and let the products of the space-time amber fall into the hands of the Radiant Federation's allies, this would cross the Empire's bottom line. At that time, he would be the unlucky one, even if the Mecha Empire promised to do private research on it. Han Zhao did not want to make a deal with the Mecha Empire, not only to maintain the deterrence of the space-time amber, but also because of his faction's position. Even if he would offend the other party, he could only refuse, even if it meant falling out with them. The atmosphere was silent for a while. Han Zhao stared at Manison without saying a word, and Manison also looked at Han Zhao silently. No emotions could be seen from a mechanical body. After a long silence, Manison spoke again. All right then, it seems like my request was a little too much. He did not insist on taking back Erosia and Han Zhao, probably because he did not want to fall out with Han Zhao over such a matter. However, Han Zhao could not guess the other party's true thoughts. Thank you for your understanding, Your Excellency Mecha Empire. Han Zhao's tone softened a little. Since the other party had given him face, he had to reciprocate. However, Manison's tone changed again. Although I don't care if they have their own lives, there's one thing I need to remind you of. Please speak. These two brats have always wanted to liberate their own race. I hope you won't be bewitched by them. That beyond grade A mechanic who once helped them has already become part of my collection. I don't want to be enemies with you, or else the situation will not be good. Manison's tone was calm. Han Zhao's eyes narrowed. Manison's tone made him feel uncomfortable. This was purely a warning. Now Manison stood up and, after a few words, indicated his intention of going. No matter what, being able to come into contact with Your Excellency Black Star makes this trip worth it. It was a pleasure meeting you today. Han Zhao stood up expressionlessly and shook hands with him. The two of them exchanged communication numbers, walked out of the room, and walked to the dock. Han Xiao watched as Manison boarded the Radiant Federation spaceship. Before the hatch closed, Manison turned around and looked at Han Xiao. "Since you're going to the primeval Star River to deal with ES God, if you're free, come to my place as a guest." "All right, I'll try my best." Han Xiao nodded without changing his expression. Click! The hatch closed, and the spacecraft's thrusters ignited. Flames spurted out of the spacecraft's tail as it followed the port's orbit into space. Watching the spaceship turn into a stream of light and gradually disappear from his sight, Han Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and mumbled, "That's right. Old fox." Dealing with Manison was truly not a pleasant thing. Han Technician could not tell what Manison truly thought of him. His attitude was ambiguous, and his every move was filled with probing. This guy was not purely interested in benefits, and his thoughts were hard to predict. Even with Manison's history in his previous life as a comparison, Han Xiao still could not figure out this old fox's personality. "When we ambush ES God, the battlefield will be in the primeval Star River, so we have to go to the Mecha Empire's territory to fight." Looking at the current situation, Manison is unhappy with me for rejecting him, but considering all the factors, he shouldn't be planning to be my enemy for the time being. Han Xiao shook his head. Because of the conflict of interest, this meeting ended on a bad note. Beep beep. This time, his communicator rang. Mona had sent a message, saying that the Radiant Federation had agreed to the request to ambush ES God, and that they would negotiate with the dynasty. No matter what, I have a higher chance of dealing with ES God now. Han Xiao focused. The Mecha Empire and whatnot could be left for later. The most important thing now was to deal with ES God. He was only an ally, and he could not privately lead the cooperation between the dynasty and the Radiant Federation. Otherwise, it would be overstepping his boundaries. Thus, he had to inform the dynasty later. This would also make it easier for the dynasty to show his determination to kill ES God. Regardless of whether the dynasty was willing to cooperate or not, the Radiant Federation would still take action. The only difference was whether they would attack ES God together or alone. At the same time, on the spaceship of the Radiant Federation, Mona came before Manison and said with a serious expression, "The upper echelons have decided to accept Black Star's request to ambush ES God. Your Excellency Mecha Empire, because the battlefield will be in the primeval Star River, we hope to ask for your help." Got it. Manison waved his hands and controlled the mechanical body to come before the porthole. He looked at the Black Star Corps headquarters flying away, and the surface of the mechanical body reflected the starlight. No wonder Sorokin suffered a loss at the hands of Black Star. What a tough guy. Manison nodded. He was one of the shareholders of the Limitless Financial Group and provided a large number of mechanical products to the Limitless Financial Group every year. He was an old acquaintance of Sorokin. The armed forces that Sorokin had nurtured in the Shattered Star Ring were not a secret to Manison. His intelligence network was extremely powerful, and even one of the Calamity great companions of the Beyond Grade A Seed, Luther, was working for Sorokin on the surface, but was actually a double agent loyal to Manison. Thus, Manison knew that Sorokin had tested the Black Star Corps and suffered a loss at the hands of the Gil civilization. Sorokin was interested in the Immortal Army, and Manison was also curious about it. The way he saw it, Black Star's Immortal Army was quite similar to his Immortal Mecha Empire. However, he had his own huge army, so he was not as interested as Sorokin. His main focus was still the byproduct of the space-time amber. As for the Evolution Cube, he was not very interested in it. The principles of the Evolution Cube were unknown, and the direction of gene optimization could not be adjusted. Unlike ES God, Manison did not like things that could not be controlled. Constellation Corridor, Red Empire's mother planet, Planet Crimson Ring, Ruler's Office. Urinril put down the report in her hands and looked at Tarakov's remote projection. "You're saying that Black Star contacted you and said that he had contacted the Radiant Federation and that they wanted to reconcile with him. They were also persuaded by him and are preparing to attack ES God together?" "Yes." Tarakov nodded. Not long ago, Han Xiao had contacted him again and roughly explained the situation. After the call ended, he immediately reported to Ruler Urinril and conveyed Han Zhao's intentions. Yurenril leaned back in her chair and tapped on the table with her fingers. She then turned to look at the captain of her personal guards, her trusted aide, Claudia. What do you think? Blackstar did not ask the dynasty in advance and privately helped us find partners. He crossed the line and forgot his identity just because he made some contributions, Claudia said calmly. He did not like or dislike Han Zhao and spoke directly. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. This is a good thing, and he reported it immediately. There's no need to pursue this small issue. Yurenril waved her hands. I realized that he wanted to kill God more than anyone else. He might be worried that God would covet the evolution cube and make a comeback. She pondered for a while and made a decision. Since the Radiant Federation wants to join in, we'll pull the Arcane Church in as well. The three of us will work together. Because God had betrayed them, Ethereal had suffered a huge loss, so their hostility toward God was even stronger than the dynasty. Furthermore, because they had cooperated with God in the Battle of Planet Lighthouse, it had caused some negative public opinion in the Galactic Society. The Arcane Church urgently needed to attack God. In this regard, God was like a chamber pot. They would take it out and use it when they needed it, and when they found it smelly, they would kick it back to the corner. Yurenril's method was to pull Ethereal into the water and share the pressure of the dynasty. If they were going to fight, they would fight together. Everyone would contribute, and no one would watch from the sidelines. On the other hand, it was to fulfill Blackstar's wishes. If they could really eliminate God, it would be beneficial for everyone. In a desolate universe belt in the primeval Star River, the fleet that God escaped from the Shattered Star Ring was moving along the desolate universe belt toward the edge of the star field. In the hull of the main ship, Hakizan came before God's throne and woke him up. God opened his eyes, looked at Hakizan, and calmly asked, "What's the matter?" "It's the headquarters. It's the base. Our troops in the Central Galaxy were surrounded by the Crimson Dynasty and the Arcane Church, and we suffered heavy casualties." "Oh, is there anything else?" God nodded and did not mind. Hakizan paused for a moment before laughing. "We've angered the Arcane Church this time. They might join hands with the Dynasty and send out Beyond Grade as to deal with you. Aren't you worried at all?" "They're the ones who should be worried, not me." God closed his eyes again, and his tone sounded like he was sleep-talking. "It's a good opportunity to test my strength after evolution." Seeing that God had fallen asleep again, Hakizan left the hall and closed the door, covering the ferocious smile on his face. Anger, joy, success, despair, all sorts of complicated emotions flashed past. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.